Hello and welcome to the International Bowling Federation's International Women's Day Forum for 2021. My name is Megan Tidbury and I'm speaking to you today on behalf of Dr. Razan Baker from the Saudi Bowling Federation, who is the chair of the IBF Women in Sport Committee. Firstly, I would like to thank IBF President, His Royal Highness Sheikh Talal Mohammed Al Sabah, as well as the Saudi Bowling Federation for their support with this forum. We have an incredible group of speakers and panelists for you today, who will discuss the importance of International Women's Day, celebrate women's achievement, and raise awareness of the issues that can be faced to help forge a more gender equal world. First up, we have a few words from Ms. Mikaela Jaworski from the International Olympic Committee's Executive Board to welcome everyone. And then we will hear from IOC Associate Director of Winter and Recognised Sports, Ms. Irina Gladkikh and Ms. Sandra Lengwiler for Gender Equality and Inclusion on the IOC's Gender Equality Movement.
Hello bowling family, my name is Mikaela Jaworski from the Philippines and I am a member of the IOC Executive Board. I am very happy to be able to speak to you today in celebration of International Women's Day. The theme for International Women's Day this year is Choose to Challenge. International Women's Day provides a platform and opportunity to reinforce the fact that everyone has a role to play in forging a more gender-balanced world. Bowling was actually my first sport and I grew up in a bowling family. I have seen since then that bowling is a gender-equal sport that provides the same opportunities to both male and female bowlers. I would like to congratulate the International Bowling Federation's effort and commitment towards women in sport by hosting this forum with speakers including up-and-coming female bowlers, coaches, leaders, and administrators, along with Dr. Razan Baker. I would like to wish the very best to Dr. Baker, the chairperson of the newly formed IBF Women in Sport Committee, which has the purpose of reinforcing IBF's commitment to women's equality while rallying action and raising awareness. And I wish you all a very meaningful forum.
So we move on to hearing directly from the International Olympic Committee. The International Bowling Federation is recognized by the International Olympic Committee. We were very blessed to have Irina attend the 2019 Congress in Las Vegas, where it was the first opportunity to understand directly the initiatives coming from Lausanne with a particular focus to gender equality. So today introducing Irina Gladkikh and Sandra Lengwiler, who are going to take us further now on the journey as we look at the International Bowling Federation's Women in Sports Forum. So thank you very much for your time today and welcome.
Thank you very much, Andy, and good afternoon, good morning. And it's very nice for me to be again with my bowling friends. It's a second appearance at your events, and it's great that you have such a big interest to the gender equality topic in your sport. So happy to help you and support you. And again, thank you, Andy, for inviting us to join your webinar today to talk about gender equality in sport. And again, I'm happy to share with you what IOC has done since the last time I presented to you and how we support international federations in these shared objectives to continue to build an inclusive, equal and diverse sporting world. So again, I would like to start my presentation today by highlighting by highlighting the achievements we have Olympic movement and IOC in particular has reached over the past 25 years, and you can see the very beautiful animation right now. This animation was developed by UN Women, and it does show what sports have been added to the program of Olympic Games for women and when. So the evolution shows how far we have come, but I would like to also mention that this would not be possible without partnership and commitment for all members and all stakeholders of the Olympic movement. So again, as I said, this evolution has been achieved with the collaboration with international federations, national Olympic committees, and the objective behind this collaboration was to close the gender gap in the participation of the Olympic Games. The key factor has been the opening of eligibility and opportunities in the various sports and disciplines involved. But I would like to maybe mention here, this chart and this nice animation has been made only for the Summer Olympic Games and with summer sports. There is much more sports have been added in the Winter Games with winter sports. So this, I assume this animation will be developed further by adding additionally the winter sports. And now to the next slide, Sandra, if possible. So now this slide, as you can see, this number of women competing in the Summer Games has significantly increased from 23% in Los Angeles 1984 to an expected new record of 49% at Tokyo 2020. And we are fully committed to have a full gender balance in the 2024 Olympic Games in Paris. And I believe in December, we already, IOC Executive Board did approve the quota for Paris 2024 with full gender balance between men and women. So in October 2018, the Youth Olympic Games in Buenos Aires were the very first fully gender balanced games, a fully gender balanced event, Olympic event ever. So following that in 2020, last year in Lausanne, we had fully gender balanced Winter Youth Olympic Games ever again. So, and last year, what IOC did in addition to that is we took two more key decisions related to the gender equality at the Olympic Games. The first decision was that all national Olympic committees should be represented by a minimum of one female and one male athlete at all editions of the Olympic Summer Games, starting with Tokyo 2020. That means if the National Olympic Committee delegation represented by two athletes, they have to be both genders. You cannot bring only two men or two women. So they have to be both genders. And the second decision is the IOC protocol guidelines will now be changed to allow National Olympic Committees to nominate a female and a male athlete to jointly bear a flag at the opening ceremony. So before you saw there was one athlete bearing a flag bearer, now we will have two athletes representing both genders. That's a great achievement. And now we move into the governance side, to the IOC governance side. So we also have made a great progress in this area as well to promote women in decision-making positions. What happened is in 2016, the IOC set a minimum target of 30% female representation in all governing bodies of the Olympic movement by 2020. So as 2020 is over, and as you can see on this slide, IOC has reached more than 30% target in the IOC Executive Board. So in the IOC session and in numbers of IOC Commission chairs last year. So we actually overachieved. So as of July 2020, 33.3%, as you can see on the slide, the IOC Executive Board members are women, with the position of first vice president being also a female. At the IOC session, we have 37.5% IOC members are women at the IOC session, and also almost 48% of IOC Commission members' position are held by women, and 11 out of 29 Commission chairs are women. This is for the first time we have, comparing to 2008, where a woman was chairing only one Commission out of 27. Now we have 11 out of 30 Commission chaired by women. That's a great achievement so far. And also, in addition to that, the women are chairing the key commissions. For example, Coordination Commission for Milano Cortina 2026 is chaired by a woman, and Los Angeles 2028 Coordination Commission is chaired by a woman. So we are very much proud of this progress, and we continue moving forward with that. But again, going back to all these achievements, what I just listed, wouldn't it be possible without the project that triggered all these changes. So IOC Gender Equality Review Project. I believe I presented you this project in 2019. So, and how it started, and under leadership of two chairs, chair of the Sport Commission and Women and Sport Commission. So we, as a result of this project, we published 25 recommendations across 5 themes, and this work was crucial in the progress we made in the past 3 years. And I thought I would mention it again, because the uniqueness of this project was we were target, and we got a clear mandate to create target-oriented recommendations to move forward and to get away from aspirational or inspirational recommendations towards actionable. So we wanted to make changes, and we produced changes. So before I pass, and now these are the recommendations we have been developed so far. As I said, 25 recommendations across 5 themes. So, but one of the major recommendations of the IOC Gender Equality Review project was to create a baseline and to collect data from IFs and National Olympic Committees. So in order to do that, we had to do 2 surveys. In 2018, we had a survey with all Olympic federations with 100% response rate. And in 2019, we had a survey with National Olympic Committees with 98% rate. So the result of this survey provided us with clear snapshot of gender equality in the Olympic movement, as well as baseline data from which we could measure, and we will measure the progress going forward. So it was a very, very good to understand, to see where IFs and NOCs were before we started the project. So we collected the data. We also did analysis of implementation. We also, in 2020, last year, we had lots of time because of pandemic. We also analyzed the implementation or status of each recommendation, each of 25 recommendations, with the help of our colleagues in the IOC from different departments. So the slide right now you see is the results, the implementation, the results of implementation of those recommendations. As you can see on the green column on the right, the implementation is well underway, but with great progress made, but we still have a little bit of pink there. So that means we still have some areas that requires additional attention, in particular recommendations on the technical officials, with a very low number of female technical officials coming to the Olympic Games. On the coaches, we have the number of coaches going to the Olympic Games is very, very low, so we have to address that one. And the recommendation on the IOC membership and IF and NOC memberships and leaderships. So these ones are actually in our radar right now. We're working hard. But before I pass the floor to Sandra, I would also like to go over some of the activities we have done in the IOC last year, and to support the IFs in the implementation of the recommendations. So again, in 2022, we continue to support IFs and National Olympic Committees and all stakeholders of the Olympic movement to advance gender equality in sport. So, for example, in partnership with ASWAF and AWAF, it's Olympic Summer Association of Olympic Summer Federations and Winter Federations, we did organize a gender equality webinar series for the IFs in September, covering the priority topics in leadership, portrayal, and safe sport. So, number of federations like World Rowing, World Athletics, FIBA, FIS, World Rugby, UCI, BWF, and ITF each presented case studies along with several external experts. So that was very successful series of webinars. And if any of you interested to see, we still have links available, and we're happy to share with you so you can see and learn from the best expertise, best practice of other federations. Also, what we did in 2020, we also launched a LinkedIn gender equality group. So the group has been growing very fast. We have over 1,000 members, with 90% members coming from sport areas, for sport industry, and men do represent 23% of members, which is great for us. And so why do we need this group in the LinkedIn. We just want members to place where members could share. Members could share good practices, tools and instruments and toolkits and networking with each other. So we continue developing also toolkits that we share with all Olympic stakeholders. And on this slide, you can see there are two toolkits, portrayal guidelines and safeguarding one. So please feel free to download them. They're available and you can use them in your work, and we continue developing them and updating them as we move forward. Also, with changed environment last year and this year with COVID-19, we still try to ensure that gender equality stays remains a priority for the international federations as they respond to COVID-19 challenges and in this last year and this year. So in 2020, some IFs have been forced to postpone or cancel some major events, and we also understand why. So many of them had to reduce staff half to part-time. So, but we still see that they're trying their best. IFs are trying their best to address gender equality in their work in this challenging time, and they're all winter and summer federations are back to play. They're back to this to implementing sports to ensure that specific COVID measures are in place. Again, still, despite the COVID challenges and pandemic situation, that some IFs did take positive and important steps towards gender equality this year, and I'm happy to share very quickly some of you. For example, the Badminton Federation and World Rowing passed, and now with International Ski Federation, they passed new changes to their constitution to improve the women participation in the congresses and in the executive boards. So International Bobsleigh and Skeleton Federation just launched a new process to pave the way for female athletes coming back to sport after maternity leave, which is great initiative. International Biathlon Union has created a gender equality working group and appointed director to lead this. International Tennis Federation also renamed their Federation Cup to Billie Jean King Cup and boosted the prize money to equal that of the Davis Cup. That's a great achievement, and we do commend the Federation for these initiatives. So, and with this, I would like to pass the floor to Sandra. And Sandra is, as Andy already said, she's a gender equality manager at the IOC, and who will take us through where we are heading to right now. The floor is yours, Sandra.
Thank you. Thank you, Irina. So I'm just going to go quickly a bit where we're going from here. So as Irina has mentioned briefly, the review project was really an important work for us, and it did come out of the Agenda 2020, which is the strategic roadmap for the IOC that we have now come to a close, and we are doing the analysis of the implementation of this work. So last year, with the gender equality team and in consultation with all the different departments at the IOC that are involved in this work, and also our stakeholders, we have started to look at where we're going from here. What are the next set of objectives that we want to set ourselves based on what we have achieved, what still needs to be done? And the feedback that we received from the majority of our stakeholders is that we needed to change two things. One was that the report at the time was a bit too big, too many recommendations, not necessarily always very clear what was expected and from everyone, right? If I'm an IF, what am I actually supposed to do? Gender equality sometimes can feel a bit daunting. There's so much to be done, even though there's a lot of progress. So that was one, really simplify the message and clarify the message. In addition to that, and we have seen, and Irina has touched a little bit upon that, between the pandemic that has happened, but there's also a lot of other global social movements that have taken place. This has really also shaped our conversation of how can the sports movement still stay relevant with today's world. And this is why I have on this slide 2 definitions, because the scope of the next objectives has expanded to inclusion. To still stay relevant and credible, the work that we're doing, which is about bringing gender equality in the Olympic movement, is also about inclusion in the end. So this is how we understand those 2 concepts. And so what we have done, so you have mentioned before, Andy, our sustainability colleagues. So we have basically followed the exact same framework that the sustainability team is doing, which is to look at the IOC across the 3 spheres of control that we have and of responsibility. So the IOC as an organization, the IOC as owner of the Olympic Games, and the IOC as leader of the Olympic movement. And across those 3 spheres of responsibility, we have developed a number of objectives for the IOC, for IFs, and for NOCs. And those are across 5 focus areas. They're very similar to the ones that were in the review project, but they have just been a bit reshaped based on the conversations and consultations that we had. So we will be focusing on participation, on leadership, of course, it's still a key topic for us. On safe sport is a focus area for us. Why? Because women and girls are a vulnerable group. On portrayal, it's still very important how women and men are portrayed in the sports movement, and resource allocation. So these are similar to what we had before. Those focus areas are completely aligned with the UN Women initiative that you might have heard of, which is the Sport for Generation Equality initiative that we have launched with our partner UN Women in March last year. They have just the last one, which is additional, which is the monitoring and reporting, which we have anyway as an objective for ourselves. But other than that, we have really made sure with our partners that the focus areas that we are focusing on are same and that we all speak the same language. And to conclude, so how will we be working and implementing all this? So we will continue what Irina has mentioned, which is we will be continuing to provide capacity building toolkits, ensure that we can provide a platform where IFs can share good practices, because there's a lot of good things that are taking place, and we have realized that concrete examples are sometimes much more useful than theory, because every IF has to kind of adapt to their own reality. Every sport is different, every country is different. So we will continue to enable this sharing of good practices. We will continue to build partnerships with expert organizations such as UN Women, but we also are working with other organizations such as the IWG and other big organizations. And finally, we will communicate extensively, raise awareness about the importance of gender equality in the Olympic movement, and monitor and track, of course, because nothing happens if you don't track. So with this, that concludes our presentation. I'm just going to stop sharing.
Brilliant. See, the thing is now, having the opportunity to have that focus point of then listening back, to go back to Las Vegas when it was on with an audience. So do you take everything in? Do you not? But I think, especially over the last 12 months for me, in this role, the first time being in this role, I've learned an awful lot about responsibilities. It's not just about sport; it is about key initiatives. And when you're looking there, and my team, part of the question, one of the first questions to come to you was, how do we as an IF become more included or involved in such as the UN Generation Equality Coalition? How do we leverage the learning and the research, and especially your involvement with that? Is that something we apply to? Is it something we can do, or to embrace that initiative?
So I'm going to answer that one. So yes, you're of course welcome to join that initiative, because this initiative is really for the sports sector. So it's not just for the Olympic movement, right? The idea is to build a coalition around the sports sector on those principles that were agreed. And how you join, it's basically there's a letter of agreement that you sign, and every single member of that coalition is asked to do a commitment around one of those focus areas. So it's very personal to every IF. If there's something specific that you want to work on and you want to commit publicly, and then you can, leverage the power of that coalition to then also publicly promote what you have done and what you have achieved through that coalition. And just for your information, so because of the pandemic and everything, the forums that were supposed to happen last year around generation equality, they have been postponed to this year. So in June, normally it will be hosted by France, and sports will have it will be a main theme in that conference, which will be held virtually and semi-virtually. It all depends, as we know, the situation, how it will develop. But there will be an opportunity for the sports sector also to participate in this global conference and really promote what we're doing for gender equality.
So when I look across the whole initiatives, it's where can we make the greatest impact for change? Because it is all primarily is about change of mindset, change of habit, change of culture, change of society. But I'm very, we work with some incredible people who are working on a volunteer base, but there's such cultural divides between them. Where is the focus, or what volume of focus are we apportioning to grassroots, to kids, to education? I saw firsthand how a 4-year-old boy and a 6-year-old boy can be influenced from visiting the Youth Olympic Games in Lausanne. Their schooling was about what did it mean, the disciplines, the sports within it. How can we get these messages and these key initiatives from yourself right down to the schooling program? Is there something in place to assist us with that?
Irina, do you want me to take that one?
Yeah, that one. So, yeah.
Poker face. Well, this is an interesting question, actually. One that we have been grasping a bit. So there's a number of programs that exist at the grassroots level to promote those values, because ultimately it's about Olympic values, right? It's about diversity and equality and friendship. And so we, of course, you're probably familiar with the Olympic values program that we have, which is one that is at the grassroots level, but we also have been working with our partners, including UN Women, where we have invested in grassroots programs. This one was as a legacy to the Rio Games. In the favelas in Rio, we have funded a program for teenagers, for girls, to come. They play sport, and at the same time, they learn about leadership skills, about sexual health, etc., etc. And these programs were really successful, and we decided to replicate this in Argentina. I mean, these are very specific in very specific countries, but we have colleagues that are working on a number of different programs such as these at the grassroots level. Because you're right. I mean, in the end, it's about raising awareness around these issues at the very, grassroots level, and this goes through our national Olympic committees to get that message out.
But just to add to what Sandra said, and I think it's also quite, I meet with different federations, and I can see that they implement in different program of this type, what you're interested in. And there is such a great best practice in place at some IFs. It's like you don't need to reinvent the wheel. It's been already done. And just talking to them, this is the reason why we have this LinkedIn group that to help you to ask, maybe to address this question, what do you do? And IFs will share their best practices. That was actually the topic of the seminar, gender equality seminar we had before pandemic, where the federations could share the best practices with each other and have something to take on board and take with them back home. This is the reason. It's, again, I see that we do have initiatives, but what international federations are doing is an incredible job and incredible ideas, creative ideas. And again, you can learn from them, you can share with them what you have, and maybe just ask them, and they will definitely be happy. They will be happy to share. So I also think that you should initiate this across maybe not only recognized IFs, so go to Olympic IFs, and they will be happy to share. They want to share. They're proud of what they've developed.
So, Irina, on a similar train there, when we look at the incredible the numbers, 50-50 gender equality in the Olympic Games. Is there a method to track back as to how, by making the games equal, that it actually impacts growth in participation, again, at grassroots, at National Olympic Committee level? Is there that tangible now data that says, because of the IOC's key initiatives, because of making sport and the Olympic Games equal, we're now seeing an increase in participation from the young girls through to, to people coming back post-pregnancy, as you said there?
I mean, it's a very good question, and this is what we are trying to track ourselves. As you can see, this initiative just happened maybe in the past 2 years, right? So it's hard for us to say what impact it had on the grassroots development and inside, but for sure with the 50-50, which for the first time was actually imposed last December, like a couple months ago, we foresee there will be changes in the development of sport, and we will be tracking it. This tracking tool is currently under development as part of the project. So at the moment, currently, we don't have such data, but we will have a data. And also, as I mentioned earlier, we have the 2 areas where we focusing right now is development of technical officials and female coaches, which the numbers were super, super low at the games. So this requires lots of work at the national level with national federations, national Olympic committees, right? So this program is still, and this project is still underway. It's not easy to move it forward, but we are moving it with different incentives or different ways of motivating national Olympic committees or international federations to work better with their national federations on the ground, with grassroots, with developing officials, developing athletes. So currently, we don't have such data yet. It's too early to see the impact. We had this because this program is very, very new. We only had like 2019, we had surveys. So, and then pandemic happened. So we will definitely be seen in the next few years, the change in the numbers and the data. We're happy to share. We foresee that this will change, but not currently. Still too soon, but
no, but that's, again, it's that understanding, is that methodology of tracking initiatives and tracking the focal point that we place on it, is what changes, what agitates the circumstance, or what takes us out from where we are right now. And it's great to understand your learnings, and to, as you said, with other international federations who are, much more established in their processes and awarenesses right now. And for bowling, it is, listening to our younger female athletes, and our female athletes, is wrong to classify them just as younger, our female athletes. It's still that notion of when an initiative comes in that is led by that aspirational goal, that aspirational sporting point of the International Olympic Committee and the Olympic Games. There's still elements where it's, what does gender equality mean? And we were talking in a discussion, is it mixed events? Is it equal pay? Is it equal media exposure? And so there's all these challenges we're going through. So one of the questions is there a platform as well, maybe another ambassadorial program, that assists with that, the own athletic development, the sport development, to come through, to establish those points? What is the value of a mixed event? Is it against just equality of a male and female event? Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. In my head, it did, Irina.
I'm a bit confused. Yes, what's the question is, what's gender equality, right? So
the question that's being posed from some of our younger athletes is equality the opportunity for a male and female athlete to compete together on the same stage?
No.
Or is it about the same media exposure that a men's world championships will have against the female world championships?
I think it's everything. I will also let Sandra to jump in. It's providing women with equal opportunities to compete. It's not competing on the same field of play. It's it's access to equal number of events, medal events at the Olympic Games. So it's, again, mixed gender we are considering as part of the gender equality as a balance, but we're trying to have equal number of quotas for men and women in sport, equal number of access to medal events, because in the past we had more men's event. It's equal access to the prime time on TV, right? So we're building a competition schedule with gender balance in mind so the women and men medal events have equal access to the weekend and prime time. That's also the equal representation in the media, that's portrayal. So yes, this is probably the sport specific area. Sandra, did I miss anything in terms of equality in sport, apart from quota, apart from again, technical officials, equal number of technical officials represented in the IFs, equal number of representation at the congresses, if international federation is holding the congress. There are so many things, but Sandra, please feel free. I'm sure I missed something.
And then I guess you go to the money as well, right? Equal prize money, etc. But I think you summarize it well. I mean, in the end, we are all about equal opportunities and access, and then that kind of summarizes all. And then it's up to also, I guess, every federation to decide where you want to focus first, right? What's most important? We have tackled through those 5 focus areas.
But just to add, sorry, Andy, last thing, when you said that men and women competing on the same field of play equally against each other, so some sports would allow men and women compete, but it's up to the international federation decide if it's possible from medical reason or any kind of fairness reason to, for me, men and women compete against each other. For example, in equestrian and shooting, it's possible. Maybe in your sport, it's also possible. In some sport where men physically, that are different physical requirements for men and women, it's not possible, but women should have access to the same number of medal events. Therefore, International Bobsleigh Federation just introduced a totally new event just for women, just to balance the number of medal events for men and women, because men had 2 medal events in bobsleigh, women only had 1. So now they have equal number of events, and it does help to develop the sport, because the event they introduced also meant to develop the pilots for the future development of other medal events. So these kind of things are IFs are addressing now proactively, and number of mixed gender events increased following our gender equality project. So we do consider mixed gender events as well, but not men and women competing against each other, if International Federation sees this as a problem. So again, it's up to International Federation to decide.
The one thing I can say, we held our Congress on November the 2nd, where we changed our purpose, we changed our mission, and with the appointment as well of Dr. Razan Baker, she's inspirational, and it's fantastic, the initiatives that she's also able to share with us, and to have the support of, and not just the support, but the understanding and the purpose, and with it our own aspiration to change how we're structured, change with our own events. So look, I've taken up an incredible amount of your time, and I want to thank you both for really taking us the time, because it is important. And I think when we put our whole day together, you'll see the scale. We're trying to cover everything from the administration point, and it is now not just once in the year. It is common practice for us. So look, from myself, from International Bowling Federation, I'm really grateful for the time you've given, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Irina and Sandra, for the update on the IOC Gender Equality Movement. Next up, we have Dr. Katarina Grimm and Yoko Dozono, the co-founders of ShePower Sport, who are going to discuss the role that the media plays in women's sport and the changing landscape of sports media.
Hello, everyone, and happy International Women's Day. My name is Katarina Grimm. I'm one of the co-founders of ShePower Sport, a global community of female athletes and sports experts. We would like to thank the International Bowling Federation for featuring our organization today and for organizing this fantastic event. My background is in sports medicine, anti-doping, and athlete safeguarding. And you have just seen my co-founder, Yoko Dozono, in our promotional video. She's an athlete, a pharmacist, and currently works in anti-doping. ShePower Sport is all about gender equity in sport. And that is why we just love bowling. It is fantastic to see female and male athletes competing against each other as a perfectly normal thing. The theme of International Women's Day is Choose to Challenge, and we think that is exactly what bowling does in so many ways. It challenges our preconceived perceptions about the sport, traditional gender roles, and how to level playing fields.
So what I would like to do is to share with you a few points about what ShePower Sport is, what we do, what our goals are for female athletes, and why are we excited to partner with the IBF. I start with our why we are here. That perfectly aligns with today's International Women's Day theme. Female athletes at all levels of performance receive less attention, appreciation, support, care, and compensation than male athletes, and they are more often exploited, harassed, and abused. Furthermore, men are considerably overrepresented in sports science and medicine research, which means we cannot necessarily use the results of such research in female athletes. And then, obviously, as you all know, 90% of media coverage is focused on male sports. But first of all, we believe in the good and the power of sport to uplift every athlete. We also believe that sport can transform women's lives for the better. And there's a beautiful quote from one of the amazing bowlers that we were allowed to feature on our platform. So Sheikha from Singapore says, "Bowling has taught me patience and confidence. It has taught me discipline and routine. It has taught me resilience and tenacity." And obviously we can replace bowling here with any sport. But we also believe in the power of women to transform sport. In the end, the rise of women in sport is about confidence. Confidence that their success makes sports more exciting, more convincing, more inspiring, more colorful and powerful. The confidence that women are bound to transform sport. We are a global community of female athletes and experts in different fields, and our work is basically focused on 3 pillars. One is that we provide expert advice on sports medicine, performance, anti-doping, and athlete safeguarding that is relevant for female athletes on our webpage, in blogs, and in our webinars that we have launched just recently. The second one is that we want to provide a platform to female athletes where they can showcase their achievements, tell their story, share their learnings and advice with peers all around the world. And the third one is that we want to contribute to closing the gender gap in sports medicine and science by partnering with researchers and inviting our athletes to participate in their studies. Now, obviously, you find a lot of information on the net everywhere. So, what is it that sets us apart? We believe that one thing is our outstanding expertise that results from our personal networks. All our sports, medicine, science, anti-doping and athlete welfare experts are hand-selected and are global leaders in their fields. The other point is our global ambition. Our services are universal and not bound by local, regional, or national limitations. We want that athletes in remote areas still get first-class information. And finally, our information is accessible. We really try to provide easy-to-understand information to female athletes at all levels of performance, across all sports, all degrees of physical ability, all ethnicities, beliefs, and origins. Now, you will all be aware that the attention and support that female athletes receive varies considerably throughout the world. And that is why we are focusing on regions where expert advice and peer support is currently least available and still needs to grow. So that would basically be Africa, Asia, the Middle East, South America, and Eastern Europe. Now, to achieve our goals, we want to partner with organizations that share our vision and that are as passionate about women's sport as we are. And therefore, we feel very privileged by our partnership with the IBF that launched in November last year. Within that partnership, we have so far featured the stories of 5 exceptional female bowlers, and we were just amazed by the professional, inspiring, thoughtful, and myth-busting videos they shared with us. And I would like to share one example of that with you here.
My name is Mashaal Abdelwahid, and I am from Saudi Arabia. I have been bowling since a very young age, around 17 years old. I used to go for a holiday to Egypt or to the US. I was introduced to the game watching a professional player. So everyone was kind to support me and share their knowledge. So at that day, I started bowling. So usually I go to work from 8 to 4. Then I start going to the bowling center to practice between 4 to 5 hours daily basis. Throughout the years, we competed in 8 local open championships, and I was lucky to win 2nd and 3rd place, both of them. We also competed in the Arab Championship in Egypt, the Women Golf Championship in Kuwait. I was also honored to be the first female representative in the Bowling World Cup for single in Indonesia last year. But I can say that competing in the World Bowling Women Championship last year in Las Vegas, it was like an eye-opener to a whole new level I have never seen live before. And this motivated me to enhance my skills and made me want to reach that elite level. So in 2018, we had a major change in the field of sport, thanks to the country new vision 2030 to increase the number of participation in sport in society. It also included that women were finally allowed to join the field officially as players, to be able to train and play and competing the national team. I would really like to thank Saudi Bowling Federation and the President Mr. Badr Al Sheikh and Dr. Razan Bakr, which provided us the training and program and gave us the opportunity to compete in local and international events.
Today's International Women's Day asks all of us, how will you help forge a gender equal world? The IBF does this with this event today, with their celebration and support of female athletes and by partnering with us. Please join the IBF, ShePower Sport, and the millions of female athletes worldwide who choose to challenge and transform sport every single day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Katerina and Yoko. We are now privileged to have Sheikha Hayat bint Abdul Aziz Al Khalifa speak on women's sport in the Gulf. Sheikha Al Khalifa is a member of Bahrain Women's Sports Committee and was recently elected chairman of the Women and Sports Committee of the Olympic Council of Asia. Amongst her many accomplishments is the Women in Sports Award from the International Olympic Committee, which she won in 2015, and the Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum Award for Sports Innovation, which she was given in 2012. Sheikha Al Khalifa also holds many important positions, such as her membership in the IOC Athletes Committee and chairperson of the Women's Sports Committee of the Arab National Committee. It is truly an honor to welcome Sheikha Al Khalifa to speak before us today.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. His Excellency Sheikh Talal Mohammed Al-Sabah, President of the International Bowling Federation, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to thank His Excellency Sheikh Talal Al-Sabah for his kind invitation, and I would like to welcome all of you and express my pleasure to be part of this forum. As I will speak about the women's sport in the GCC countries. The emergence of women's sport in the GCC country differs according to the date women started their participation locally, regionally, and abroad. Here, allow me to talk about the beginning of the women's sport in the GCC countries on a competitive level through tournaments and sport championships. The first Gulf sport tournament, GCC, took place in Sharjah in 1998 under the leadership and patronage of Her Highness Sheikha Jawahir bint Mohammed Al-Qasimi, wife of His Highness the ruler of Sharjah, chairperson of the Supreme Council for Family Affairs and Women's Sport Foundation. The event included 3 games, which is basketball, volleyball, and table tennis. The event was held continuously for 8 consecutive times. In 2012, Her Highness included the participation of Arab women, and it became the Arab Women's Sport Tournament with the participation of 12 countries, 5 games, and 42 clubs. The increase in the number of participating countries continued until it reached 18 countries, 9 games, and 78 clubs in the 5th edition in 2020. This reflects the development of the event and the confidence it gained by following the rule and regulations of the international federations of these games and under technical supervision by the Arab Sports Federation for this sport, which manage all the competitions of this event being held every 2 years under the umbrella of the Union of Arab National Olympic Committees, headed by His Royal Highness Prince Talal bin Badr Al Saud. Second, GCC Women's Sport Games. The Women's Sport Games in the GCC country is considered one of the most important sport games. It is held under the supervision of the Organizing Committee for Women's Sport and Gulf Cooperation Council, GCC. Kuwait hosted the first edition of the GCC Women's Sport Games and included 6 games in 2008. The event was held under the patronage of the late Emir, His Highness Sheikh Sabah Al-Ahmed Al-Sabah, who lit the torch of the event. And this event is being hosted every 2 years in one of these countries. The 6th edition of the Games was distinguished as it witnessed a full participation of Saudi women's sports and the increase of more sport like indoor football game. Third, Sheikha Fatima bint Mubarak Academy. The academy was established in October 2010 under the patronage of Her Highness Sheikha Fatima bint Mubarak, Head of General Women's Union, Supreme Head of Family Development Foundation, and Head of Supreme Council for Motherhood and Childhood, Mother of Emirat, Al-Emirat. The Academy is devoted to promoting and facilitating the practice of women's sports in the United Arab Emirates. The Academy also carries out this great mission by hosting many local, regional, and international sports and developing local talents beside its educational and research efforts, the most important of which are the International Conference of Women's Sport that is held every 2 years, Fatima bint Mubarak International Horse Jumping Cup, Fatima bint Mubarak Award, in which I have the honor to be among the jury members. Future aspirations. The women's sport in the GCC countries must continue with global developments through setting up strategies and plans by the GCC National Olympic Committees to develop the women's sport as recommended by the IOC. Here I would like to thank highly and appreciate the role played by the International Olympic Committee and its president, His Excellency Mr. Tobas Bach, who sent a message on 29 June 2020 to all presidents of the National Olympic Committees worldwide, which says, quota, members of the Olympic movement are advised to set a minimum target of 30% for women's representation in their governing bodies by 2020 and to adopt accompanying measures that will help them to reach this goal. On the level of the Olympic Council of Asia, as member of the Executive Board of the Olympic Council of Asia and chair of the Women's Sport Committee, I extend my deep thanks and gratitude to His Excellency Sheikh Ahmed Al-Fahd Al-Sabah, President of the OCA, for his continued support for women's sport and the adoption of the strategy for developing women's sport, the action plan and recommendation that I submitted to the Council and endorsed during the General Assembly, which was held on 16th of December 2020. And now, allow me to share with you these recommendations. The importance of having legislations in all countries which support women's sports. All NOCs to have strategies and action plan which goes in parallel with OCA and IOC recommendations and objectives. NOCs to supervise national sport associations to implement gender equality in all levels, especially participation in league matches with different age categories. NOCs are encouraged to benefit from IOC publications such as IOC Safeguard Toolkit, IOC Port Trial Guidelines, and Safe Play. NOC to establish a monitoring system to ensure that national sport associations are committed to the objectives. Surveys to be conducted covering Asian NOCs to measure the progress of gender equality every 2 years. Forums and webinars to be held for empowering women to cope with the updated information from the OCA and the IOC. The OCA to call in OCs to encourage equal participation for women and girls, starting from grassroots level, participating and also venues, etc. NOCs to benefit from the best practices provided by the IOC as a result of the international surveys held in 2019. NOCs to provide OCA's management with an annual report that reflects the status of women in sport. Thank you very much and wish you all the best ever.
Thank you, Sheikha Al Khalifa. What an amazing journey you've been on, and you truly are a pioneer and an inspiration for women around the world. The final presenter we will hear from before the panel start is Marie-Claire Graf, a Swiss youth advocate for sustainable development and climate action. Marie-Claire believes that youth and future generations are the receiver of today's decisions. Therefore, it is her mission to empower youth to take meaningful actions to create a momentum for change, to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals and fight the climate crisis and its impact.
Hello and welcome. I am very glad and honored to be here with you at the virtual forum of the International Bowling Federation in regards to the International Women's Day 2021. My name is Marie-Claire and I'm going to talk to you about my personal motivation to engage in sustainability, what I have been doing, but also how people can get active. Then I will quickly talk about some challenges I have been facing, but also provide you with some strategies on how to overcome these challenges. And of course, very important, talk about the role of sports in this regard. But let me start with the why. I am coming from a mountainous country in the middle of Europe, Switzerland, and we have been going high up to the mountains for hiking, and there I saw these massive glaciers, as you can also see on the picture, but also what I saw is that they are melting very, very fast, and the natural winter wonderland is, we are really losing it on an unprecedented rate. Later on, I also read that we will lose most of our glaciers by the end of this century. I also started diving, and I had this beautiful, wonderful picture in my head from the Nemo movies, for example. But when I started diving, there was barely any fish around, and it looked very, very dead and not how I imagined this. And also older divers told me that it was very beautiful some years ago. So this made me really think about what our impact on the natural world, but also made me really frustrated, and I was even depressed because of all of these changes. I also learned later on at university that our oceans and the cryosphere, so the frozen world, the glaciers, for example, are very important to sustain us, and they are very essential for our lives, but they are under huge pressure due to the climate crisis. And of course, this, as you probably all know, requires unprecedented action right now. Here you can see a graphic of the temperature, of the increase of the average temperature in Switzerland. So you see the blue ones from 1850 until 2018, and you can really see how the temperature is increasing over the years. And we can not only see this in Switzerland, but actually can see this on a global scale on this picture where you see the annual global average temperatures. But you can also see it actually in my background here. So this is a visualization of the climate crisis. And I'm also teaching, and there I try to bring this topic of the climate crisis and this 1 degree and whatever very abstract concepts closer to our hearts. And I quickly want to provide you with one example how you can also do this. So let's imagine a person you really like from the family, your partner, or a friend in the bowling club. So this person has 1 degree fever. So the person, of course, feels unwell, but it's not yet too dangerous. But all the doctors you're consulting, because it's just always increasing, it's not stopping, all the doctors are telling you, so when you have 100 doctors, so 89 doctors are telling you that it's very, very dangerous, and you really have to start acting right now, otherwise it will be too late, and the fever will increase for 2, 3, 4, 6, 8 degrees, and the person will die along the way. I don't know about you, but I would start panic, and I would do everything possible to stop this and go back to a stable level. And this is exactly what is happening with the climate crisis. And while 1 degree might not sound dangerous, the more degrees, 2 or 3 or 4, will be very, very dangerous for the ecosystem and for our planet, and also ultimately for us. So that's why I decided to stand up for this and make my part to save our Earth, save our planet. And I'm very glad I'm of course not alone. There's a huge community, but this is where I found my passion in these regards. As mentioned, due to what I saw when I was a child and my frustration around this topic, I commit myself to take unprecedented action in regards to climate and the natural habitats. And of course, this can be very different for you. So they are in total 17 of the Sustainable Development Goals. All nations around the world have been signing them. And they are not only for the government, but also for sport clubs, for individuals, for institutions, and so on. So everyone can work on it. So they are also here. You can see the 17 different goals which we should reach until 2030, so in the next 9 years, to really transform our world. And what I have been doing some years ago is doing an agreement with myself to really commit to these goals and taking action wherever I can. And they should be unprecedented, bold, impactful, of course, but also in a positive and meaningful way. Sometimes they are risky, but they should be ambitious. So I have been writing an agreement with myself to commit to these goals. And I think this is a very good first step to get active. But let me talk about 3 different engagements. Of course, there are way more, but I think they could be interesting for all of you. So I am part of the Sustainability Week. This is a 1-week event series happening at the universities to really transform the universities for 1 week into the sustainability future we want to see from the university. So make them a role model. They started in Zurich, it's the biggest city in Switzerland. Then we grew it from Zurich on a national level all over Switzerland. Now we have a national student movement, and then also we grew it internationally. So we have now the possibility, or we can support students around the world to turn their higher education institution into a sustainability role model, and make sure that your university is also part of this transformation. Also, if you would be in a room, I would ask who has been participating in the climate strike already. I hope many of you have been doing so. So the climate strikes as a movement, a pressure movement to hold our leaders accountable, of course, is also very, very crucial. I have been part since the very beginning in Switzerland, and also supporting on an international level. Very important that also our decision makers are taking science-based actions and are really moving forward, because young people are not included very often in governmental decision making. We have to pressure them through other ways. But also, as already mentioned, also in the title, I work with the United Nations Climate Change Office together to make sure that young people, and especially also women, so girls, are included in climate policies, because of course it's very important that the young people also have a voice in the official processes. As mentioned, very often young people are excluded from the decision making. That's why it's even more important to bring young people to these spaces and make sure that their voices are nevertheless heard. I had the enormous privilege to be part of the Swiss delegation to the 25th World Climate Conference back in 2019, so I could negotiate on behalf of my country, Switzerland, the topic of climate education, but also gender action. So make sure that our climate action are also gender or respect the different genders, and are in this way also inclusive. But this is how, as a part of my engagement, and of course your engagement can be very, very different. There are a lot of different possibilities to engage and countless options of how you can step up and make something in regards, or give your contributions in regards to the Sustainable Development Goals. Of course, they're also globally around the world. So I would be very honored and welcome if you are joining this engagement. And that's also why I'm not going too deep into the how, because it's very specific, but just generally being in such an international federation, of course, also gives you a great opportunity to engage and spread the word and do something within this community, but also use your personal engagements or messaging on this topic. So I use a lot, for example, my social media accounts for this, and also the different forums, press conferences, and the interview possibilities to spread the topic and yeah, make sure that we have more awareness on this. While this all sounds very good, I mentioned that I'm quickly going to talk about some of the challenges. So as you probably all know, sometimes we are circling in, around, we don't really know how to break out. There are always, things where we are like, it's a very small path, we don't know, like left on the right side, it's very glitchy and very steep. So we could fall. Sometimes we really don't see the horizon of the actions we are doing, and it's very, very foggy. Sometimes we're just super tired and want to sleep, and very exhausting. Sometimes we feel dropped into the cold water, and sometimes some external changes, for example, the direction of the wind or the waves, can completely mess up with our plans. And or our goal is maybe very brilliant, but it's so far at the horizon and we really don't know how to reach it in times. And also there are a lot of different gaps. So act on the gap in this regard. The gap stands actually for the Gender Action Plan, and also there are a lot of gaps to make our climate action more gender inclusive. So there are like a lot of challenges, as you're probably also facing in sport. I have been facing them also in my activism, but there are of course strategies. And as I'm not flying in Europe, I always take the train. When we are taking a train, we most often know where we want to go. We have a plan when we are arriving, and so on. So this is, I think, a very good parallel to the activism, but also try to kind of come up with some strategies and plan my actions a little bit better. And I came up with some guiding strategies, and I want to share them with you, and you can use them maybe for your activism or for other parts in your life. So the first one is clarity. The space is so big and there are so many different things. So sometimes I lost myself in some details. So it's very good to have the clarity and also the purpose of why you're doing it and where you want to go. And this can also, of course, change along the way, but it's very good to have this clarity in the beginning. I don't think that this will be a big barrier for you, the commitment, as you're already so active in the International Bowling Federation. Nevertheless, I think it's very important to be consistent and have this very, very strong commitment to act. Of course, there are a lot of competences needed, the hard facts, the science, but also the soft skills. While there is a lot out there on the hard facts, I think for the soft skills, it's just get involved and try and fail, and then stand up again and continue. But again, there, I think this, you have been already proving this through your engagement with the International Bowling Federation and your sports careers. Also, it needs quite a lot of courage. And there, I think this is a big barrier for many people, but I hope also because you have been so active already in sports that you already kind of showed your courage in another field, and you can maybe translate this courage into the field of activism. But I'm personally always very inspired by people who are very courageous and are standing up and are demanding or living the change. And all of this is, of course, much easier if you have a community who is supporting. I mean, you with the International Bowling Federation already have a brilliant community, and there are of course also communities around the climate or the Sustainable Development Goals, which are very crucial because all of this is not a short sprint, but it's a huge and a very, very long marathon. So we have to make sure that we are keeping ourselves all motivated together, and this can be best done, of course, in a global community. And also, I just want to remind, we are all human beings. Our engagement is limited also in this regard. We cannot do everything what we want. It's very important also to approach and respect each other as human beings. And I personally do believe if we would all be more human beings also in regards to sustainability and the climate, I don't think that we would have these issues we are facing currently. That's maybe like a little bit a weird statement, but I think it's very important just to remind ourselves that we are all human beings, and we also have to show this and do not have to pretend to be someone different. So I would like to end with a quote I really like, so that we should shoot for the moon, and even if we are failing to land on the moon, we are still landing amongst the stars. And I think this is very important. There's very little time to make the Sustainable Development Agenda reality. We have 9 years left. It's very severe. We see the changes in our glaciers, and probably wherever you are, you have been seeing these changes already. For our Swiss glaciers, it's already too late. Nevertheless, there are many parts of the world where which we can still save, and I really hope that you are joining me in this regard. As mentioned, with a community, it's much easier, and you and your field have so much potential also to standing up and on one hand side acting for the Sustainable Development Goals, but also demanding these changes. And with this, I am closing, and thank you so much for all you're doing. And if someone wants to reach out, I'm also, of course, accessible via social media, so please do feel free to reach out. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Marie-Claire Graf. Next up, we are moving to the panel section of the forum. During this time, we will be hearing members of the bowling family as they get a chance to tell their stories and discuss current issues surrounding the sport. First up is the voice of the female bowler. I, Megan Tibri, will be the moderator of this panel, and joining me on the panel will be Ormi Guerrero of the Dominican Republic, Nadia Al Awadi from Bahrain, Charlene Zolkifi from Malaysia, and Elgin Mary Houston, a German 9-pin bowler. Hi, and welcome to this session titled The Voice of the Female Athlete. My name is Megan Tibri, and I'm the Head of Event Delivery for the IBF. Today, I'm joined by a very special group of women, the stars of the IBF themselves, and these are the athletes. And so I'd like to introduce you to Ormi Guerrero from the Dominican Republic, Charlene Zulkifli from Malaysia.
Hi, Megan.
Nadia Al Awadi from Bahrain.
Hello.
And Elgin Houston from Germany, who is our 9-pin athlete today.
Yes, hi.
So welcome, ladies. The first thing that I wanted to ask you for International Women's Day is, what would you say the biggest issue is that you've faced as a female athlete? And I'm going to direct this one to Nadia, but anyone else, feel free to jump in.
Hi, thanks, Megan. I think, to be honest with you, it's over the years, it's been really difficult to manage the expectations of having, say, a family, a career, and your love of bowling, you know? So I chose a career in law, and it was quite demanding. And I think I had to take a bit of a step back because I loved bowling from when I was a very young age. And obviously, I'm sure we'll get to all that, but it was difficult when I decided to pursue that career. There wasn't much time off for training and practice. So that's why I kind of stuck to a lot of regional events. But yeah, and then I decided to have a family as well. So I think juggling all of those things, maybe more so as a female, is very difficult, I would say. I think that's the biggest challenge I've posed so far.
Would you say that the support crew around you helped you with that? I mean, were your coaches understanding? Were your team understanding?
Yes, I'm very lucky, to be honest. I mean, I've had an understanding, like my husband, my family, friends, coaches, and also coming from Bahrain, culturally, it's something that everybody accepts as well, which is really great. We've had a lot of, say, women empowerment in the last, 10 to 15 years, especially. So they have been really, really supportive. But I think personally, you weigh in with a lot of guilt here and there. I think as a female as well, it just hits you a little bit more. But again, everyone's been very supportive. And I think as the years have progressed, it's become maybe easier and more, it's just something that people see more, they accept it more. It's more normal, it's more socially and culturally acceptable. So I think in the past 10 years, it's become even better for women, I would say, in that respect.
Great, and I can see Charlene nodding there. Do you want to tell us a little bit about competing and being a mum and the juggles?
Well, from my part, because our country and our national team setup is a lot different than Nadia's, where we train 5 times a week, and actually on the weekends as well, if there's big tournaments. So we are full-time athletes, and we don't usually work, or we work part-time, but we are athletes full-time. So it's kind of a slightly different than Nadia, but we still have the same problems, as in trying to juggle everything, you know, while being a mom, being a wife, and also being an athlete. So it's kind of like an organized chaos, you can say, to a certain extent. But yeah, because we train a lot more, and then we are more regimented in certain things in our trainings and so on. So it's kind of hard for us to sometimes take time off for family events or things like that. But yeah, that's kind of what it is back here in Malaysia.
And so Nadia said she mostly stuck to domestic events. Charlene, how does it go with the international travel and having to leave a family at home?
It's kind of hard. It's really hard. When I first started, especially when I had to go back for training the first day, where I had to leave my daughter and go for training, it just broke my heart because she was crying, and I had to leave her with my mom. And then after that day, I told my mom, it's okay, I'm going to bring her to the bowling alley. So, but my coach was really supportive about it, and my association was really supportive about it. So she will actually be in her stroller, sitting behind my pair of lanes when I'm bowling, and she'll be asleep most of the time when I'm bowling. So, and then when I'm done from training, she wakes up. So the timing was kind of perfect for me. But yeah, it's kind of like a struggle. Just have to find the right rhythm and, you know, juggle everything the right way. Somehow already it works out.
Great. Okay, and I'm going to ask Omi, if you had to make things more equal for women bowlers within this industry, what would you change?
Well, for me, I wanted to be like Charlene. When I started bowling, Charlene was already a star. So for me, what was hard was being taken seriously. I come from a Caribbean nation where it's a very macho sort of country. And I always had the commitment and the want to be a full-time athlete. However, being a woman, I was told I should go home, have kids. And for me, no matter what achievements I conquered, there was always that comparison, but it was the women's division. Is it easier? It's not a male championship. So for me, I don't have any kids. I pretty much dedicated myself to bowling. But even after 25 years and really great accomplishments, I still face that comparison between, is it good enough because you're a female?
So I guess you feel like the women's game is kind of secondary to the men's.
I don't feel that way. I think if there's ever a sport or a discipline where you could measure equally women and men, it's bowling. You are competing with pins, with lanes, with challenges. So I don't feel that way, but I think in my country and perhaps even worldwide, there's this perception that because it's the men's division, it's more difficult.
And have you had the same access to funding and training that you would have if you're a male athlete?
Well, this has been my biggest problem. Like I said, I've always was committed to being a full-time bowler, a full-time athlete, and bringing the sport of bowling to a different level in my country. However, funding has been basically impossible. And even these later years where the PWBA has become so prevalent, for me to be competitive for my nation in zone and world championships, I would have to go face Charlene regularly in the PWBA because that's where the best of the best compete. However, I can't get the funding and it becomes a snowball because then I'm not as competitive when I go to my world championships or my zone championships. So for me, even after 25 years, funding is still the biggest issue. It's not about how prepared I am. It's about, am I going to get there?
So how do you do it, Omi? How do you make that decision of which events to choose, which events to focus on?
Well, I think it becomes about what's financially sane. you have to pick the right tournament. And with the PWBA, you don't even know which patterns you're going to be playing on. So for me to just pick and say, I'll go to this tournament and, oh, it's a short pattern. Oops, I get shut in the first round. You know, that's a bad investment. So what it's become for me is I go to the majors. I try to get to the US Open or the Queens, or it becomes a geography thing. I have family in New York, so I get to travel there. It becomes my base and it's cheaper. But for me, that decision of moving to the United States and living there in order to make it financially sane to compete in the PWBA, that was the one sacrifice I wasn't gonna make. I love my country, I can't leave.
Tough choices.
Yep, definitely.
So let me ask Elgin, what's it like from a 9-pin point of view? Do you feel that there's a big difference between the male and females game?
First, I think it's a big difference between 9-pin bowling and 10-pin bowling. I see I am not a full-time bowler, so I had a job and family to get together, and that's the first big difference. And then, yes, it's a difference between men and women in 9-pin bowling too. There are much more men to play in the Bundesliga, in the German Bundesliga. And I think that much more men get money for the bowling. That's to women not possible at the moment.
Okay, and sorry, I'm going to ask another one off topic too. And this is to everyone. Does anybody have any ideas about how we can make this more equal, how we can make the opportunities better for the women so that they're not having to fight for the funds all the time?
I think that's a really hard question because every country has different Olympic councils and different fundings for different sports. So it's kind of hard to make everybody equal. It's never going to be equal, I think. If you can ask Aumi and Nadia, it's never going to be equal because bowling in our country, fortunately for us, it's considered one of the top 3 sports in the country compared to Aumi, even though she's won so many World Cups, and Nadia as well. She's won so many medals in the Arab Games and so on. So it's never going to be equal, but at least we can get the funding to go to important tournaments like what Aumi said. I think that is one of the first steps that we can take, because like for some countries, they have to pay their way for everything for those major games, even though they're representing the country, which shouldn't be the way. Compared to Malaysia, we get funding for all of our trips, most of it, except for PWBA, where we have to find our own funding. But for all official games, everything's paid for, our flights, our food and everything, but not all the countries get that. So it's kind of hard to have everyone at the same level when every country has different fundings for sports and so on. But I think if we can get funding for a majority of countries just to go to the majors, I think that's a step ahead already. But I can ask the rest of them.
Yeah, I think if I build on Charlene's point, actually, it's funding is one thing, but I think being recognized as an athlete in your country is something else. We are, let's say, slowly moving towards that. I mean, Bahrain's always been brilliant about sending people to tournaments and things like that. But as Charlene knows, like when I was younger, I met Charlene at a number of tournaments. It was wonderful, but that was because it was pre-university, for me at least, and pre-career and pre-things. But then once that happened, for us, it has to be like your job comes first, especially out here, and then your bowling comes second. So to constantly, you could probably get to a couple of tournaments, and we were lucky that we got the funding for that. You'd get to a couple of tournaments a year, and as Omi said earlier, you'd get to those, but because you're not always at those tournaments, you're not at that level, or it's difficult to always stay at that level when you're not constantly playing against people like that. But if you're recognized as an athlete and you get a salary, that's different. But if you've got to earn your own way, I mean, your mortgage, your loans come before everything else in a way, because you can't really give up a steady income for something else. So I think if one of the moves is moving towards recognizing, male and females as full-time athletes, And for us, we do have a lot more gender equality, I would say, out in Bahrain. It's a very progressive country in society. So it's the male, competitors have the same issue. They all want to be recognized as athletes and, fully paid in that respect. So yeah, but I mean, that's just probably one more step towards it.
Yeah, right. It's actually really interesting. Would you say as well, do you see, I mean, when you go and compete, is prize, everybody wants to win the prize money, but so maybe Omi, this would be a good one for you. Does it bother you that the PWA's prize money is so much less than the PBA's?
Actually, I'm very rational about prize money. I understand that it's a business and that the male competitors draw a bigger crowd and a bigger value. What I really kind of think about more is the fact that for me to make it viable to go to the PWBA, I have to finish 5th or better, 5th or better. And I'm there for one tournament out of 24. So, and people tell me, oh, you finished 10th at the Queens. Oh, what a shame. I'm like, really? I bit Shaleen, and that's the only tournament I went to. So I'm not offended that the men make more money. It's just hard for me to go to the PWBA regularly when I have to finish minimum 5th. That's tough.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I'm gonna ask the less pressing questions now. So I might go back to Elgin and ask her to tell me a little bit about your journey into 9-pin bowling. When did you start? How did you start? And what were some of your career highlights?
Oh yes, I got into bowling into 1989. Then I was 10 years old, and a new friend in school took me just to training, and it took me a while to master the technique, but then the success came very quickly, and my coach always told me to never give up and kept pushing me and improving me, and so I stayed with the bowling sport, fortunately, and the absolute highlights of my bowling career were winning the first women's singles world championship in 2003 in Belgium. And also, of course, the participating in the World Games in 2005 in singles and mix, where I won gold in both disciplines. And afterwards, I received the Silberne Lorbeerblatt, the Silver Laurel Leaf in Germany, which is the highest sports award in Germany. And that's the great events. But yeah, many national and international titles were added over the years, and I think every title was a highlight for itself. And we as 9-pin bowlers never get a prize or money for winning, but also the great joy and yeah, the joy at the sport.
It's really inspiring, and it's amazing to see like that you've had such a even without the prize money, you've done so well, and you've won so many titles, and it's brought you so much.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for sharing. Charlene, I'd like to know who your role models are.
For me, my role model would be Michael Jordan, just because of his charisma, his attitude towards being an elite sports person. I'm sure some of you guys have seen the Chicago Bulls series that was on Netflix. So because I find a lot of similarities in terms of fighting spirit and, of wanting to be the best, and sometimes, of doing things like pushing your teammates, because it's all, when it comes down to the wire, it's not just about you as an individual, but also as a team. Because when you go for all the major games, there's team events, there's trios, there's doubles, so it's not all just about you winning on your own, but also with the team. So I like those things about him, and just the fact that he's so good. Yeah. Yeah.
Just to go back to that that part about competing as a team, because bowling is often for particularly those that haven't attended world championships, it can be such an individual sport. How do you have to change your game for when you compete as a team? Like what extra elements do you have to bring with you?
Well, the unique thing about bowling compared to other sports is that we have 6 events. And then we have our singles, doubles, and then we have our trios, and then team, and then the next day you go back to your individual events, which is the masters. So you have to be able to navigate between being an individual and also being a team player. I noticed one of the major differences is of how you think you're able to help your teammates, no matter how bad you are bowling or how bad a day you're having on the lanes, you still have to step up and to push yourself over boundaries to make sure that you don't bring your team down, or you have to carry your teammates up if you have a good shot. But if you're just bowling as an individual, if you're having if you're bowling 6 games, if you have a bad 3 games, it's just on you, not you won't your mistakes don't carry or won't affect other people. But in team events, it affects other people. Even your body language when you come back off the lanes affects other people, not only your scores, but just your body language, how you interact with your teammates and so on. So it's a lot different. And when I first started in my career in the national team, I was always an individual player because I was so young at that time. But my seniors in the team taught me how to, think about the team, and it has helped me throughout my 28 years of being in the Malaysian national team to help my teammates. And they know that no matter what happens, I'll always be there for them, and I'll always be, pulling them up, no matter how bad the day goes.
Great, thank you. Question for Nadia. We have the youth panel that's coming up shortly. If you could go back in and what is one thing that you wish you could tell your junior self about the journey that you're about to embark on?
I think I would just tell them to go for it. I think I would tell them to shut out any negative voice or anything and just go for everything they've wanted to do, or they, would ever aspire to do. I think that's something that, whilst I don't have any regrets, it's something that I've turned around and thought, I really wanted to go to the States when I was younger and go to university there and go in a bowling program and look at the PBA and things like that. They didn't have the PWBA at the time, but it's something that I always wanted to do when I was younger. And, I was probably a lot more conservative and just didn't go for it. So I think if people, and look now, the world is your oyster for everybody. And I think so much is achievable now. So I think any young person should really, if they have a dream, go for it, get out there, try it. You can always come back if it doesn't work, So I think that's what they should really do.
And what an inspiring message to be able to tell your kids as well.
Yeah, pushing them that way.
No, it's great. Okay, I'm going to ask everybody this. So if everybody could come up with an answer for what International Women's Day means to you. I'll start with you, Omi.
This is a tough question for me. I think it's a good time to look back and see how far we've come, and to look forward and see how much more we still have to go. I understand that there was women before us, people before us that fought for opportunities that we take advantage for today. But at the same time, and I don't know if I'm going to be politically correct, it's kind of a bummer that we have a Women's Day and we have to celebrate this. I don't need a special day. I think we are all humans. And I think I look forward to, in my lifetime, being able to say that we are where we should be, in an equal spot.
Nadia?
Yes, I think just building on what Omi said, I do agree to an extent on that. I was thinking, I think we're privileged out here, just maybe in the region, in Bahrain, in the Gulf. There's been a lot of women empowerment over the years. And I feel personally that we're maybe more on an equal footing now So it's nice to look back and see where we've come from. I do agree we've got a way to go, but as well, I feel that we are equal to men now. I feel that there's so many areas in life where we are. And I think we're privileged to be able to say that, you know, and I do agree with Ami. I hope that there's a day when there's no need for this, because everyone has recognized that this is just normal. And I think my son mentioned this the other day, and he didn't understand why we needed a Women's Day. And he was learning about something in the past about the Victorian era. And he said, wow, Mom, I just never expected that, you know, what women used to do in those Victorian times, because he sees it today, and he sees, you know, normality, and he sees just equality. And thankfully, I mean, I hope that the new generations to come just see each other as equal. So yeah, I hope International Women's Day just pushes more and more people to recognize the equality there moving forward.
Isn't that brilliant, though, that your son thinks that, that you are supposed to educate them?
Thankfully.
You taught him well.
You taught him well.
You don't know how it's taught, that's the thing.
Charlene?
Aumi, and I mean, I totally agree what Aumi and Nadia mentioned about, you know, knowing where we came from, how hard it was for our predecessors before us to get to where we are now. And fortunately also for female athletes in Malaysia, we are actually treated equal with our male athletes, as in our salaries are the same as long as your achievements is there, your salaries are the same. You get to go to the same tournaments. Sometimes the female even gets more than the male athletes because fortunately for us, our team has our female team has been quite a strong team this last 10 years. So sometimes we do get a bit more funding than the men, and it drives them insane. But I think there's a few other things that we need to work on as well going forward to the next era, which is among them would be, I think, for us athletes in Southeast Asia, I think would be like maternity leave for female athletes, which we do not have now in Malaysia, and probably equal price fund for both female and male. So I think, you know, just those two to add on top of what Auni and Nadia has already pointed out.
Great. And Elgin?
I think that it's important that women play a bigger role in sport. There are too few female idols in sport, I think, and sporting conditions such as ambition or determination or courage, ability to accept failure can help women in other areas of living. So therefore this International Day make a great contribution to putting women in the spotlight and letting have their say. And perhaps sometimes bowling will be Olympic and just of the women who have their say on such days.
Great. Could I just pull on to what Elgin said about the women idols in sport? Because I remember just going to my first international tournament and seeing, you know, the usual Chris Barnes and Tim Mack and all the males. And a couple of years later, I met Charlene at a tournament. Well, actually, I watched her and she became, yes, Charlene, I have to tell everyone that. So I heard this screaming on the lanes and this fierce competitor. I was shaking. I wasn't even playing. I was about 15. But from that day on, I followed Charlene, and she replaced all the male idols I ever had. And, you know, that sport had been taken up by male idols before that. But I followed Charlene after that for years and years, because everything about her went over and beyond any of the men that I thought, you know, were worthy of that title at the time. You know, the dedication, the sportsmanship, the competitiveness, everything that we learned. So it was wonderful to have a female sports idol throughout the years of the sport. And I know there's a lot of others that come. I don't feel yet, in my personal opinion, and you have surpassed Charlene, but I just wanted to build on that it's so important to have female sports idols, and people like Charlene have made that possible for bowling.
Can I build up on Charlene, please? I also met Charlene very early in my career. And like I said before, Charlene was already a star. And she came from a very different place that I did. Bowling is really big in Malaysia. I was told that. I was told Shaolin was on the McDonald's menus. I mean, I was told a whole lot of stories. And for me, it was just amazing that a young woman about my age was in such a high place in sport. And I knew our countries were different, and I had a long way to go because bowling is not a thing in the Dominican Republic. But for me, there was always that image of Shaolin and how big she was. And that's where I was headed towards, you know, even though it turned out, however it turned out, Shaolin was always a role model. And I think we need more of those.
And I had to say too that my idol in youth was always a female bowler. We had a great female bowler called Petra Renner, and she was always an idol for me, both as a person and as a sportsman. And today we are good friends, and from time to time we have matches each other against the German Bundesliga, and we meet and are really good friends today. And I think that's very important, that there are many women that could be idols for the youth.
Charlene, how does it feel to be everyone's role model?
Embarrassed? No. I'm thankful, I'm honored that, you know, because we've known each other, like me, Auni, Nadia, we've known each other for a long, long time. I think more than 20 years now. So we've kind of grown up together, but we had like different backgrounds that got us where we are today in bowling. So it's kind of nice to see, you know. I've seen Auni from when she was, I've been to Dominican Republic. I actually bowled there, the World Youth there. So sometimes, you know, coming from Malaysia, even though we're a quite small country, but we have a lot of support from the government. So sometimes, you know, when you go to countries that do not get as much support, it opens up your eyes, you know, to how thankful you should be, because you're getting all this support from the government. Because, you know, countries like Auni, whether they have world champions, you know, world junior champions, and even Nadia, where sometimes they have great bowlers, but they don't get the backing from their sports council and so on. So it opens up our eyes, especially like from Malaysia to, we do get a lot, and we have to be thankful for that. But we also can improve further on. If you use countries like Korea, for example, they have great bowlers, and obviously some of their programs are a lot better than us in Malaysia. So it's nice where we have like a benchmark that we can compare to. For them, probably Malaysia is one of the countries that you can compare or work towards getting better at, from the bowlers, achievements and so on. But for us, we have to have other idols or countries that we look up to as well, to improve from what we have now to something even better. But I feel flattered because I've bowled against Auni and Nadia all this while, and I know how good they are. So I just never thought about it that way. I just whenever I started, when I was like 13, when I started bowling internationally, making the team and so on, I just wanted to win. I just love competing, and I love the competition. It just excites me. Doesn't matter whatever competition I go to, I just want to win and want to be the first to win among my country and the youngest and so on. So I never really thought about what an impact I had on other people, but just to always try and be the best. To me, I always wanted to be the best and always strive to improve myself every year. If I've won one tournament, for example, I want to win it a second time, a third time, and so on. So I've always had goals to work towards. So I never really thought what the effect was on other people. Thankfully, it's a positive effect and not vice versa. But yeah, so that's what I feel.
Yes, that's really great. And like what I'm loving about this panel is that everybody's here to talk about bowling, but you're 4 different women that come from 4 very different countries that have 4 very different lives, full-time jobs, sport's your full-time job, children, no children, and it's really nice to be able to come together and discuss a common point. So thank you so much. Is there anything else that anyone would like to add and say anything that we can put on this panel?
I think we've all talked out.
Yeah.
So thank you so much, Megan.
Auni has something.
I think I could say something.
Yeah.
I think when we talked a lot about a lot of things. I think when we talk about what can we improve bowling, I think bowling needs a bit of an image change. Mm-hmm. I think we face more challenges because the authorities to be, or even the new generations don't understand the game or the sport. I think the sport has a bad rap because the game is so much fun, honestly. And I think our authorities need to figure out a way to differentiate and take advantage of how fun the game is and merchandise that, but also protect the athletes. I've always felt throughout my career that somebody out there should have seen what my struggles were as far as in the sport, because I'm old now. I mean, there's nothing to do anymore. And the moment has passed. So I think we as a sport have an image problem. And I think the authorities need to look at that and fix it. I don't know how, but I think that'll help our athletes, both men and women.
This actually came up yesterday in one of the other panels quite a lot, the image around it. And I think a lot of people don't understand how difficult the sport is, because you look at the oil patterns, you can't see the oil patterns. How do you explain that to somebody in like a very short space of time and make all the things that make you incredible athletes? How do you make that obvious to everybody else? Yeah.
Well, yeah, for me, I think my authorities, for them is hard because there's no separation between the venues. It's very uncommon for a Major League Baseball player, which is what we have here in the Dominican, to be training next to a aficionado, an amateur. So I think the authorities don't understand how is it possible for me to be training with a little kid, for example. So I don't know how they can do it, but I think that's part of our problem, and we need to get our heads together and figure it out.
It's really funny that you say that, because our CEO has been saying exactly the same thing. You cannot compete in the same place where children train. You have to have this progression pathway to go to, you know, the big stadium that people dream of playing in. Thank you so much for your time today. This has been really, really interesting, and I'm really looking forward to the guys from the academy putting this together, and yeah, how exciting.
Thank you so much. It was a wonderful experience. It's so nice to see you all as well.
Yes.
Thank you. Haven't seen each other for a long time.
Next up, I will speak to Tootie Perry, a parabola from the USA. Tootie was unable to join us for the Voice of the Female Athlete panel, so I had the pleasure of speaking to her separately about her journey as a parabola. So if you could just start by letting us know a little bit about your journey into bowling. When and how did you start, and what your career highlights have been?
Okay, so I started bowling in 2003. I have a few of my friends who are also in wheelchairs that had been bowling before, but I had just never tried it because I was working. And then I tried it, started bowling in 2003, like I said, and from then on, it was just like, go, go, go. You know, I did my first tournament in Santa Cruz the same year. So it's just been a highlight. The highlight of my journey is just being able to travel a little bit more and meet different people, you know, meet people that are at my same level, and compete against the men and the women. Because as of now, as you know, we probably don't have that many women that are bowling. I think maybe 6 or 7 that may have been bowling before the pandemic. But other than that, it's just basically meeting new friends and getting reacquainted with old friends. The one thing I do have is I've played basketball before, and I've gone to Spain playing basketball with a gentleman named Peter Oballo. And when I got into bowling, we reconnected again. So Peter had gone to bowling as well. So it's just kind of neat to be able to see people from your past and meet new people for the present.
That's so nice. So you've really found that it's like it helps you connect socially as well as, yeah, great. And actually there was something there that I wanted to touch on as well, because our chairman of para bowling was explaining to me that there's not that many female athletes, and that most people that are in a wheelchair are actually men to start with. So you're starting from a reduced field to.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay. And have you found any challenges with being a woman trying to be an athlete in this setting?
Almost every single man that I have bowled against has been very accommodating. There's no female or male when it comes to bowling. It seems like when you go into a tournament, you know that you're going to be most likely the only woman in there. You know, I do have a very close friend here in Bakersfield that is a female wheelchair bowler. And so most of the time when we travel together or in the same tournament. But very rarely do we bowl each other in the same lanes. You know, it's I've not had anybody who didn't accept me as a female in, you know, bowling with the men. So it's just kind of everybody's the same, you know.
Isn't that great?
It is. It really is. Because with basketball and different sports, you're basically with the women only. And it doesn't work the same way with the bowling. With bowling, I feel like I'm accepted as a female or just as a regular person. It doesn't really matter. So.
Great, that's great. So there is no gender. There is really no gender in this.
Absolutely, yeah. No gender
issues.
Issues. There you go. No gender issues at all.
Do you ever wish that they had female-only competition?
Yes and no. Sometimes it is a little bit more difficult with the men because, I mean, everybody's got their average, right? But it would be nice to have female bowlers and bowl competitively with just females, just to see kind of what it's like, you know. But it's just really difficult to get the females to come out and bowl. And most of them have families or family issues with children or working and that type of thing. I'm retired now, so that's not an issue for me. I was working up until December of last year, actually a year ago, December. So, and then of course the pandemic hit. So I haven't been bowling, or traveling, but I think that could be part of the issue with people having, you know, women having families and what have you.
Yeah, it's funny that is actually, so I asked the other athletes, what would be your main issue? Like, what's been the biggest issue being a female and being an athlete? And they said it's juggling everything because, you know, most of the women, they still have jobs.
Right.
Yeah, this is something that they do in their spare time. And then you add kids to that and like, how do you find the time?
Yeah, it is tough. It is tough. I mean, and now it wouldn't be so tough. It would be more difficult financially because I'm not working. But other than that, I mean, I have all the time in the world. But when I was working, then I had to make sure that I could get the time off and, you know, do this and that. I don't have any small children, you know, it's just my husband and I. So it's not like that would be the issue.
Right.
It would be more the issue of trying to get off work and, you know, doing travel time. So.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So did you have any sporting idols growing up?
No, I didn't. I started playing tennis like in the early 90s. When I was growing up at home, my parents bowled, but I didn't bowl with them. They were very, adamant bowlers. My dad would get off at midnight at night, and my mom would meet him at the bowling alley, and they would bowl, But and my mom was always the PTA bowler person, but I never did. I never bowled. But that was before I was in a wheelchair. With me, I have spina bifida, so I did walk for a long time, and I just never felt comfortable getting out there and trying to bowl, or I never even thought about it until my friends who were in wheelchairs said, "Oh, come on, let's just go try it," kind of thing. So no, I did not have anybody when I was growing up.
That's really interesting though. And it's funny that it was a part of your childhood.
Yeah.
You never bowled.
Yeah, I would go and watch, but I never would pick up a ball and throw it, So.
Oh, how funny. Okay. So what would you say has been the biggest challenge that you've faced with your bowling career so far?
Oh, let's see. I really, there's really nothing. I mean, it's just been, I go when I can go. We do bowl on a Friday night league, and that's maybe getting more bowling time in would be my thing. Is just to be able to go and bowl whenever I want to bowl, and practice more. But with the pandemic, I haven't been able to do that, obviously. And I didn't really before because I worked 5 days a week. So it was just not that much of a priority on the weekend because you only had 2 days. And then you go back to work on Monday,
Right.
So
if you had, okay, say there was no pandemic and you're retired now, what would your ideal training schedule be?
I would like to go at least a couple of days a week in the daytime, and then bowl a Friday night league with my husband. But I would think maybe a couple of days a week, and then the Friday night. Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, we're actually speaking to a youth panel of elite athlete bowlers as well next. What is one thing you wish you could tell yourself before embarking on this bowling journey?
One thing I could tell myself, maybe believe in myself more than what I did. You can do whatever you want to do. You just have to try it. It's not like, and is this disabled bowlers or just regular bowlers?
Able-bodied.
Able-bodied bowlers.
You answer the question as you see.
Yeah. So it would be basically just be yourself, and don't back off from trying a new sport. If you want to try a new sport, go for it and believe in yourself that you can do it.
Did you have difficulties when you started? Was it, I mean,
No, not really. It was, well, just getting the right poundage of ball, maybe, getting that adjusted, but I started out with a 10 and I'm only at a 12 now. So it really wasn't that much of an adjustment, but just, you got to position your chair in the right place and figure out, what arrow you want to look at and that kind of thing. But it wasn't really that difficult. It's just a matter of getting out there and trying what people are telling you should try. You always have a lot of advice from other bowlers because they probably bowled a lot longer than I have, and so you like to try it because you never know if that'll work for you or not. If not, then you just adjust to whatever is going to work best for you. So difficulties, there was no really difficulties bowling, no.
Isn't that amazing though? I mean, there's so many sports that like, it's difficult to start or it's difficult to get the hang of, but Yeah.
It really wasn't that difficult. It was probably the easiest adjustment that I'd made with any of my sports, and I've done a lot of sports.
Amazing.
So, yeah.
Okay, great. So a little bit about International Women's Day. What does International Women's Day mean to you?
Just being able to talk to other women in the country, you know, in the United States and you know, internationally, and find out how they deal with different things. Maybe they'll take something away from what I have to say, but mainly just listening to them and, you know, trying to get pointers. You know, maybe they've got a few pointers or whatever, and just maybe try to adjust to that or not. You know, it just, I don't know. I played basketball in Spain internationally, and that was really an eye-opener because of the different ways people do things. So maybe that would be it, would be just to see what other people do that I do, maybe in a different way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And I think this is about awareness too. So, you know, International Women's Day is like a chance for people to, you know, broadcast their issues and to have a spotlight put on them. And I think, you know, that's the point, is that you get to see what happens. Before you may not have known that there was an issue with women in the world, but because
right.
Because we're lucky and we've grown up in countries that you know, where things are quite equal, but it brings a spotlight into other areas where there are issues. So I think
and it can go outside the box of bowling. You know, you learn different things from different people, the way they say it, or the way, you know, whatever their answer is. I mean, I have learned different things from different people just by conversation, you know, and it doesn't always have to be just about bowling.
Yep, that's great. And isn't it funny that sport, I find that, you know, what you were saying, that it was sport that brought you to Spain, but
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, well, I hope that the same thing will happen with bowling, and that we can get these power events up and running. So,
yeah, that would be awesome. That would be really good.
I actually have no more questions. That seemed really short, because I think because there's only two of us.
Yeah.
But is there anything else that you wanted to say or wanted to speak about?
Just bowling has been a great sport for me and my family. I mean, I bowl with my husband every single Friday night, you know, when the bowling alley's open. And, you know, just meeting the different friends that you meet through bowling. And, you know, even my children, I have 3 children and 5 grandchildren, and, you know, they can come out and bowl as well. So it's just like, it's a family thing to me, and people that you bowl with become your family. It's like a big old huge group of people that maybe you didn't know yesterday, but today you do know them, you know, and you don't realize how close you can get quickly. You know, it's especially with the wheelchair bowlers, because it seems like the wheelchair bowlers really stick together, and that's, excuse me?
It's a community.
Absolutely. The wheelchair community is just, it's awesome. It's really awesome. So hopefully we can get more women out there.
Yeah, so actually, yeah, it's been interesting, because we're just working out the details for the Clara bowling championships at the moment, and trying to see how it works. But it would be so exciting to be able to do that. And would that, if you were selected for the team, would that be the first time you've gone internationally with bowling?
Yes. I mean, we have a tournament in Vegas every year, and it's a national tournament, but it's not international, you know.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, that would be the first time. Yep, absolutely.
Great. Thank you so much, Tootie.
You're so welcome. It was very nice meeting you. Have a great afternoon.
Great. And hopefully we'll see you at an event soon.
I hope so. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Bye. Thank you to all of our athletes for sharing your inspiring journeys. We now have the pleasure of welcoming our rising female stars for the Voice of the Future panel. Moderating the panel will be former gold medalist and current Team USA athlete Danielle McEwan. She will be joined by Izzy Allen of England, Jolene Persson-Plainfors of Sweden, and Ariane Tay of Singapore. Over to you, Danielle.
Hi everyone, I am professional bowler Danielle McEwan, and I'm here today to talk about International Women's Day, and what better way to do that than to celebrate women's bowling. So I'm here with 4 of the top young bowlers from across the whole globe. We grew up in 4 different countries, so our story is very different, but at the same time, it's very much the same. So let's get started, girls. Start with a little bit of an introduction of yourselves and tell us about how you got into bowling. Jolene, let's start with you.
Okay, yeah, I'm Jolene. I'm 30 years old now, from Sweden. I got into bowling because I was at this birthday party in a bowling center, and I just got hooked up to the sport, and that's my way in. No one in my family bowls, so I'm the first one.
That's very cool and very unique. Usually a lot of people, their whole family bowls, so that's a very unique story. Izzy, how about you?
I'm Izzy, I'm 18 and I currently live in the US at McKendree, but I'm originally from England. I started bowling when I was 3 because my sister joined this youth bowling club. So I thought I should join. And yeah, that's pretty much how I started.
Awesome. How about you, Ariane?
Hi, I'm Ariane. I'm 17 this year. I started bowling when I was 10 because my sister joined bowling the year before. So like you see, I joined because of my sister, but like Jolene, I actually don't have any other family members who bowl. So yeah, just got in by chance.
Very cool. What would you say has been the highlight of your career so far? Let's go backwards. So we'll start with you, Ariane.
The highlight of my career definitely has to be when I went to World Junior to compete, because it was my second international competition that I had ever been to and my first world tournament. So the fact that I was able to come home with the singles event gold and the team event bronze with the rest of my teammates, I feel like it was a really, really big achievement for us because I wasn't expecting that at all. So that would probably be my biggest achievement and highlight of my bowling career to date.
That's awesome. And that's a really good one. How about you, Izzy?
I think there's a few of them. I can't really like nail one on the head, but I think the one that I would probably choose would be 5 European youth gold medals or being recruited to McKendree. It's one of the two. I can't really choose. It's really difficult.
Yeah, those are 2 great accomplishments. Definitely would be hard to choose between. How about you, Jolene?
Well, you know, in this group, I'm the oldest one, to be honest. But I think I have to pick World Women Championship in Las Vegas 2019, when I got 2 silver medals, team and all events.
That is awesome. And I was actually there for that event. I remember watching it. It was a very impressive performance. Very cool to watch. So we know being an athlete in any sport is super difficult, but what would you say is the most challenging part about being a bowler specifically, Jolene?
Well, for me right now, I think it's combining a full-time job with basically full-time another job through bowling, because you know it takes so much time with all the practice and traveling. Well, now we don't travel that much, of course, but in normal times there's a lot of traveling. In Sweden, in Europe, outside Europe, and I think that's pretty hard to combine those 2 things since bowling is not my main job. So I'm struggling with that, but in the end, it's all worth it. For me, it is.
Absolutely, that must be very challenging because bowling really consumes our whole life. Once you get into it, it's a full-time job in itself. So that must be very difficult to juggle. But I'm sure you're doing a great job of it. Izzy, how about you?
Well, now it's like quite hard to like juggle because I have class as well as practice. Like we practice 3 hours a day now, so it takes up like a lot of time, and then we have to travel at the weekends.
So I don't really get much time, like free time to like do anything myself anymore. It's either bowling, gym, or class. So.
Yes, that's a lot. Definitely can be very difficult. How about you, Ariane?
I would say that it's really difficult to juggle bowling and studies as well, because in Singapore, the education system is quite intense. So it's usually in the morning, wake up, I go to school, and then I have trainings in the afternoon. And then once I come back, I have dinner, and then it's time to do work again. So trying to find time to like unwind and relax on my own is pretty hard already. And sometimes, especially nearing examinations, I feel like I have to choose between prioritizing bowling and my studies. So most of the time, I feel like that is my biggest challenge, whether to focus on my studies or to focus on my bowling.
Right, and that's very difficult. And that segues into my very next question. So youth bowling looks very different in all the different countries. Here in America, depending on what state you live in, you could have a local youth program that you can bowl league or tournaments through. And if depending on your high school, you might be able to compete for your high school team. But in some of your countries, you actually have a bowling academy that you go into at a very young age, which I believe is what Jolene and Ariane have gone through. So tell us a little bit more about how the bowling academy specifically works in your country. Jolene.
When I studied there, I think it was the only school active at that time. I think in Sweden now we have 3 different schools. But I basically moved away from home when I was 15. I turned 16 that year, but still 15 years old, 3 hours from home. And you do this normal program at school, but you also have scheduled bowling every day together with other students from all over the country. We're not that many. I think we were 6 who got in. I don't know how many applied, but I got in, and I had a time of my life. You know, live on your own when you're 15. I can't imagine, you know, if I had a kid 15 years old sending that, you know, away. I can't imagine that, but apparently it works. You can take care of yourself. You grow as a human, as a player, and everything. So I look back at it as a really good time.
What a cool experience. Yeah, I couldn't imagine moving away at 15. That must be very difficult, but what a cool experience. How about you, Ariane? I know the Singapore, what do you call it? It's actually called something, but it's very intense.
So we start off in primary school where, yeah, I think 7 to 12 years old. So usually at that point of time, you can choose a co-curricular activity that you want to join. So I joined bowling, and it's quite convenient because Singapore is really small. So it's usually you go to school, and then after that, you go straight to your bowling, we call it CCA. So that's how a lot of people in my country start bowling actually, because it's compulsory to choose this co-curricular activity. So yeah, I would say that in Singapore, it's quite easy to go from place to place. Like we don't have to move away from home because Singapore is so small. But then as you progress, you can actually go for trials to enter the national team. And then from then on, you can start going overseas to compete in international competitions. And yeah.
Very cool. That is awesome. And here in America, one of the big parts of women's bowling is our NCAA program. I believe there's something like 87 NCAA programs all across the nation where girls can go and get their degree at a university while competing for their team and learning about bowling. And Izzy is part of one of those programs. So tell us what it's like to compete for an NCAA team.
I can just say it's so different from where I usually live. Like when I first started here, like because it's such a big roster, there were so many of us and I just felt so welcome. And I just feel like it is so empowered by girls here. Like it's so great bowling on a team with them. And I'm so glad I made the decision to come here. Like it's just so different, but like the training is so intense and it's like, it's something I could like never have wanted else, if that makes sense. Yeah, it's just incredible here.
So I also competed for an NCAA program, and as you speak about the training, that was one of the hardest adjustments that I faced, because prior to that point, I never trained for bowling in an athletic perspective. But when I got into the college program, they train you just like any other NCAA team there. So we were literally lifting with the men's basketball team and running sprints with the soccer team, and it was very intense. So are your workouts kind of similar?
We don't actually have workouts at the minute because our sport isn't classed as like priority. So we have to do individually like ourselves. Like Shannon will send us like workout plans to do in our dorm rooms, or go to like Planet Fitness or the gym at school. But like we can't work out together because of COVID.
That's right. Everything's very different now, unfortunately. So all of your experiences in youth bowling have definitely helped shape your careers up until this point, but let's talk about what's next. What are some of the goals that you would want to accomplish in your future? Jolene.
Well, I still miss that gold medal for the Worlds. So I'm still aiming for that. And also, if it opens up so I can come play on the PWBA tour, that would be great. And see if I can accomplish something good there too. It would be really cool to grab a title, but we'll see. To be honest, for how long I have the motivation to travel that much. Maybe it's a wrong forum to talk about that, but again, I'm 30 years old, so but I still want to get that gold medal, and I want to compete on the highest level as long as I can, and as long as I can be able to do that. So there are still a few titles that I'm longing for.
That is awesome. I'm sure you will accomplish them. How about you, Izzy?
Well, obviously I would want to like win 4 national championships with McKendry. That's probably my first step or goal. And then definitely joining the PWBA afterwards, probably getting my master's for my 5th year, and then joining the tour.
That is an awesome plan. How about you, Ariane?
I feel like I'm one of the most inexperienced ones here, but I would definitely go for like World Women competitions and championships. And in Asia, we also have like Asian Games and Southeast Asian Games in Singapore to take part in these competitions too. And in the future, hopefully bowl in PWBA as well. I want to see where bowling can take me.
Yeah, it could definitely take you very far. As we all have kind of said, the world's in a strange place right now, but under normal circumstances, you know, bowling and women's bowling is really endless opportunities. So we all have a really good platform to tackle all those goals moving forward. So we all know how cool the sport of bowling is since we're involved in it. But for those of you people out there that maybe don't really understand our sport, what would you say is the coolest or most unique thing about the game that we play? Ariane.
I would have to say that bowling has given me a lot of opportunities because it isn't as well known of a sport as compared to swimming, football, or soccer, all those sports. So I feel like I was able to get further in the sport as compared to if I were to have joined another sport. So something very unique about bowling, I feel, is that it gave me the opportunity to travel to a lot of new places that I've never gone before, as well as meet a lot of new people. Because personally, I feel like the bowling community is very, very close-knit. And for example, in Singapore, we almost know every single bowler because I just feel like the community is so close-knit. And I feel like that's not something you can get in other sports. So that is something very unique about bowling, because when you're bowling on the lanes, you know, usually you have time to get to know the people you're bowling with, and you can bond with them as well.
Yeah, that's great. I couldn't agree more. I think the coolest thing about going to a foreign country and bowling against people from all around is just really being familiar with them and friendly with them and knowing them from countries that you never even knew existed a few years ago. And now they're kind of your friends in your little tight-knit group. Izzy, how about you?
I think I would have to agree with Ariane. Like, it's so unique how like you can go to so many different places. Like, not many people realize like bowling is so like worldwide. Like the amount of places I've been able to travel to is just incredible, and I wouldn't want to ever take it back. And then also like meeting new people, like the amount of people that I've like become friends with is just, I wouldn't like want to change it for the world, I guess. It's just, I wouldn't like, it's just so unique, like going to travel, say for example, like Indonesia for the World Cup. Like I would never imagine going there in like my life if it wasn't for bowling. So.
Yeah, that's so true. I'm sure we all have our own stories where we just went somewhere that you never thought you would be because of bowling. It's such a cool sport. How about you, Jolene?
I feel like there's not much to add right now. You have said it all, but the fact that you can do this when you're 100 years old, I think that's very cool with our sport. I mean, there's not an age limit. You can do it throughout your whole life. And I think that's quite unique within the bowling sport. So I also have to say that.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. For me personally, I think one of the coolest things about our sport is that women can compete against the men. And there's a lot of sports out there where that's just not possible. But in bowling, there's many situations where women have actually won against the men. Liz Johnson, Kelly Kulick have PBA titles against the best men in the world on the PBA tour. And stuff like that is not easy to do, but it's possible in our sport. So have you guys had much experience in competing against guys? And if so, what would you say are some of the biggest challenges that we face as women bowling against the men? Jolene, I know you compete against the guys a lot. I see you at a lot of tournaments. Let's start with you.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, there's some difficulties for sure. On the European tour, mostly, that's where I bowl against the guys. And I think the lane is played differently when you bowl against men than against women. And that's very challenging. I mean, sure, we can beat them, but also I think there's some strength involved. And also we can talk about rev rates and stuff. And I mean, that definitely applies to me, at least. I'm a very straight player. I like to bowl it straight. So when it comes to move very, far left, that's challenging for me. So I think for me, that's the main thing. Yeah, far left.
I agree with you. I'm very much like you. I like to play straighter as much as possible. And when bowling with the guys, they kind of force you off that line and make you play all these different angles that we don't see all that often, which is one of the things that I love about bowling against them, because it kind of trains you for the extremes, I think. How about you, Izzy? Have you bowled much against the men?
For the times that I have bowled against them, like Jolene said, it has been, I think I've been to about 3 European tour stops. And like, I do agree, like I've had to move left so much more quicker, like bowling against the guys. Whereas like now, for example, NCAA, like, yes, it's long days of tournaments, but it's like, we don't move left way, like not as quick.
Yeah, it's almost like a different game of bowling, kind of when you're bowling against guys versus when you're bowling against girls, just with the way they manipulate the oil pattern and break the lane down. How about you, Ariane?
I don't really have much experience bowling with men, but the only time I have had that experience was probably World Junior mixed team event, where it would be 2 boys and 2 girls as that form a team, and we bowl against other teams. And like you said, we definitely do have to make changes a lot quicker as compared to when bowling with just girls. So it does make it difficult. And there's also that very obvious biological advantage that men have because of their build. They're stronger. But I feel like bowling does give us the opportunity because it's not only about pure strength or how fast you are, but it's also a lot on your mental and your tactical. So I feel like bowling is one of the few sports that women do have a chance against men. And it does give me sometimes the motivation to spur on and work even harder so that hopefully I can be as good, if not even better than most men that bowl. Yeah.
Awesome. That was perfectly said. I like that. So while we're on this girl power topic, we're here today talking about International Women's Day. So what does that mean to each of you being a female athlete? Ariane?
Being a female athlete has really empowered me quite a bit, because like day-to-day life, usually people will be like, oh, girls are weaker, you know, can these boys help me with this because they're stronger and everything. And honestly, I feel like it's really unfair, because as like being born as a girl, we don't have as much opportunities as men. And honestly, that really angered me. So being able to become an athlete, you know, representing my country and going to competitions and bringing back medals, I just feel like it really empowers women in general, and it lets them know that it doesn't matter whether you're a girl or a guy, but you both have chances to make your country proud, make your family proud, and everything. Yeah.
That is awesome. You're inspiring me just listening to these stories here, girls. Izzy, how about you?
I mean, I guess like it's changed. Like when I was younger, I would just see like men on the tour. And then now it's like changed so much, because like there's women winning titles, and then also I'm surrounded by women like all the time, every day. And I just feel like empowered by like Shannon when I just watch her bowl. Like it just is so empowering. And I just like, there's something about women like the really professional women like you, Danielle, like that inspire like younger girls like me and Ariane to just get better. And it's just so inspiring.
Oh, thank you. That's always so cool to hear. How about you, Jillian?
I think this one is pretty hard to answer, to be fair. I don't think we should have, I want this day to be there, but you know, it shouldn't be there. It should be clear as glass that we're equal as men. And that makes me a little frustrated that we need to have this day. But again, I think it's great that we're talking about women and the power we have nowadays that we didn't have many years ago. So I think it's a love-hate relationship with this day. I hope you get me right. I think we should encourage each other and support each other and all that. But it's a little unfair that we need to have this day. That's how I feel.
I completely hear you. Hopefully by us having these conversations more often, eventually, you know, that's the route that we're going. So one of the very cool things about being a female athlete is the appreciation and respect that we all have for each other and other female athletes. It's just something special. These are the girls that inspire us and they motivate us and we learn from them so much. So let's talk about who they are for you. Who were some of your idols then growing up or your current idols now, Jolene?
I can't really name drop any woman per se. I believe there are huge idols within every sports, and of course, I look up to women from Sweden. We're great with skiing and football, well, soccer, ice hockey, and everything. So you know, I don't think you would know the names, but I think those are the women I looked up to as a younger kid, you know, big sports woman within Sweden.
Awesome. How about you, Izzy?
For me personally, it has changed like every year since I've grown up. Like when I was younger, it would be more like people that lived in my country. So like Zara Glover, Lisa John, like them women. And then now, obviously, because I'm surrounded by Shannon, like I can see what a great mentor she is to me. And it has to be Shannon because like she's my coach. I see how like much work she puts in every single day to be the best bowler like in the world. And it's just incredible to watch. Like if I could be like the woman she is today, like I wouldn't want anything else.
Yes, I've spent a lot of time around Shannon, so I know exactly what you're talking about. She's very inspiring and very motivating. Very, very good person to be around and to copy and look up to. How about you, Ariane?
I would have to say when I was younger, when I just started bowling, I didn't really have any idols. But once I had gotten into the national team, I feel like that has changed. I really look up to my current seniors, Sherry, Shayna, and the rest of them, because I feel like I have personally seen them up close, training, and I've seen the sacrifices they've made, how serious they are during training, and occasionally they'll try to mentor us as well. So I think because I have that personal experience with them, I really look up to them and I aspire to be as good as them one day.
Yeah, that is awesome. You have a bunch of really great teammates. I gotten beat by a lot of them. I get to compete up front with them, and I know a lot of them personally. So you have a lot of good role models right ahead of you there. So I have two of my favorite all-time questions to kind of wrap this up on. So if there was one thing that you could change about the sport of bowling, what would it be? Ariane, let's start with you.
One thing that I would change would probably be that guys and girls should have more opportunities to compete together, whether it be like mixed teams or whether the girls have a bit more handicap. I feel like personally I have no experience competing with guys, so I think that having these kind of competitions will definitely be able to empower women a bit more. And sometimes when I bowl in competitions, I'll see my score, the average, and I'll compare it to the guys, because I just feel some sort of validation knowing that I'm a good bowler, not because I'm a good women bowler, but I'm just a good bowler in general. So I feel like having more of these competitions with both men and women competing together, I feel like that could be one of the changes that I want to see in bowling. Yeah.
That's a great answer. Hopefully we could get more of those in your area so you can compete in some more. How about you, Izzy?
I mean, I would definitely agree with Ariane, but there's one event that stands out to me, which is the Weber Cup. And I feel like we should have a female Weber Cup. I think that would just be because there's been a men's Weber Cup for years now, and I don't know if it's ever been considered. And it's such a big event every year. And I think having a women's side would be I think more people would want to watch.
I agree. I think that would be really cool. So for those that don't know, and help me explain this, the Weber Cup is Team USA versus Team Europe, correct? And I think there's 4 or 5 players from each team that compete in different events, whether it be singles, doubles, trios, team, against each other in a race for a score. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is correct.
I think that'd be very cool. Whoever's watching, we need a girls team. I like that. How about you, Jolene?
Yeah, I agree with both AC and Ariane. Great ideas, both of you. It's hard to say that you want to change something because you fell in love with the sport as it is. But from a marketing perspective, I wish that we could market the sports bowling even more and that it actually get recognized for its sport. I don't know, you can call that a change, but maybe more like a wish. So it could grow bigger. I mean, it's a minor sport in Sweden, and I think it's a minor sport in many countries. But I believe there is so much to love about it. So I want even more bowlers more people to play bowling.
I couldn't agree with you more. That's exactly what I would want to change as well. Just kind of the perception of bowling, because we know how great it can be. But I feel that oftentimes it kind of gets confused with the game that anyone can go and play at their local center at any age. As you said earlier, a young kid, a grandparent, anybody can do it. But that's very different than what we do. We do the sport of bowling, and it's often very difficult to explain to somebody the difference between the two. So how would you explain to somebody that didn't understand the difference to help them figure that out?
Yeah, there's no such thing as luck in bowling. You can, as a non-bowler, you would say, well, that's only luck, but there's not. There's so many factors that plays a big role. I mean, we can talk about the lanes, the patterns. We can talk about the balls, everything. There's so much you can see as a non-bowler. And that's the thing you have to explain every time. You know, when I say I play bowling, I still get the question, wow, can you compete in bowling? Yeah, obviously you can. So, I mean, there's so much more of what you can see that we need to explain every time. I would say that's the biggest difference.
I agree. How about you, Izzy? What would you tell those people to help explain the difference?
Well, it's always been difficult to try and explain, especially at school, like in high school, like people would be like, you play bowling? And I'd be like, yeah. And they'd be like, it's not a sport. And I'd be like, well, it is. But I mean, if you think that, then you think that. But now they see me like travel, and now at university, they now think it's a sport. But like, it is really hard to like explain the differences between like bowling and like non-bowling people, I guess. Like Jolene said, like people think it's just luck, but they don't realize like how much time and like dedication like people put into it. And it's so frustrating to like try and explain to people, because like not many people get it.
Yeah, it can be very difficult. And there's so many different variables in bowling that even when somebody's kind of interested in learning, I still find it very challenging to really explain it to them, to somebody outside the bowling world that's not familiar with the oil pattern and the different bowling balls and just all the different variables involved. How about you, Ariane?
I definitely agree with Izzy, because there have been so that I tell people that, oh, I bowl, and then they're like, huh? That isn't a sport. Like, what do you actually do? And honestly, it hits me pretty hard sometimes, because I have put in a lot of time and a lot of effort into bowling, and to hear people say that it isn't that hard, or it's actually pretty easy, how much can you train? It really hurts. So honestly, I would explain to them that it isn't just picking up the ball, but there's also technical aspects, tactical aspects, and also mental aspects of bowling, which I feel like is the most important, because in bowling, I feel like you have a lot of time to think while you are competing, because it's such a slow-paced game. So I feel like your mental has to be pretty strong, which most people don't notice. They just think that it's something you do leisurely or for fun when you're hanging out with friends. Yeah.
Yeah, those are such great answers, girls. This is definitely such a difficult topic. So I think the more that we kind of talk about this and just educate people, we're going to help change the perception and the view of bowling a little bit at a time. And hopefully anybody watching can really understand the difference a little bit clearer now, thanks to all of you. That's all I got for you, girls. This was a lot of fun. I hope everyone enjoyed watching. I got to learn a lot about you guys, and I'm honestly inspired just from listening to all your stories and all the different journeys that we've all been through. So I hope that it was inspiring for everybody else too.
What an inspiring group of young women. I think I can safely say that the future of bowling is in safe hands. We will now take a look at the past with two former bowlers who were once in these girls' shoes. Both Judy Hayat and Clara Honeychurch achieved great highs during their careers as an athlete, but we are going to focus on the post-bowling careers. Judy is the International Media Coordinator at Cubica AMF, and Clara Honeychurch has recently moved to Athletics Australia, having been the CEO of 10-Pin Bowling Australia for 10 years. To lead us through this panel, we welcome Verity Crawley, current female athlete of the Professional Women's Bowling Association. Thank you, Verity.
Clara, Judy, thank you so much for being here. I am so excited to just have an opportunity to talk to you both and be able to learn a little bit more. Hopefully it can benefit me as well as it can benefit everyone else. So obviously the reason we're here is International Women's Day. And firstly, I just wanted to ask, what does that mean to you?
Personally speaking, not very much, I have to admit.
Okay. Yeah, look, it is incredible to, reflect on the contribution that women make in sport and have made in sport and will continue to make in sport. I think for too many years, women's sport hasn't received enough attention in the media. There hasn't been enough women on boards. There hasn't been enough women in leadership positions. And it's so pleasing to see that that trend is really starting to change, and the impact that women are making in all levels of sport. So it means an incredible amount to me. I look forward, I guess, ultimately to the day when we don't have to have or call out any particular demographic, because we just celebrate, being great people and doing great things. But until that day arrives, and we've still got a long way to go, not only with gender, but many other areas of diversity and inclusion, it's great to be shining a light on women in sport.
Well, I think that both of you have made a major impact in women's bowling, that's for sure. So can you just tell me a little bit about your bowling journey, the both of you, how you started, when you started, just a very brief overview?
Do you want to go first, Clara? Oh, all right. I didn't start bowling until I went to university. And in fact, I didn't even bowl in my first year. It was the end of my first year. I went out with this guy and we went bowling after we'd been to dinner, and I quite enjoyed it. And it was somewhere to go after the pubs kicked out. So the following year I joined the bowling club and never looked back really. I bowled for the university for several years, and then continued bowling when I left university, and joined a league and just continued improving, and eventually played for Great Britain and England and until I retired. That's about.
How old were you when you first played for Great Britain?
32. Had to work that one out. First played in a tournament called the European Ladies Sixes, and there were 6 teams from Europe with 6 players each, and Britain it was then, won. Mm-hmm. So that was a really good introduction, and I enjoyed it. We went to Volendam in Holland, and it was really nice. I thought, oh, I'll have a bit more of this. So
awesome.
Yeah,
and Clara,
then I played World Championships and European Cup and European Championships, and Triple Crown as well.
Good old Triple Crown. I remember those days.
Yeah. Does it not exist anymore?
I think it still does. Obviously, right now with the way the world is, bowling doesn't really exist. But yeah, they do still host it. But there's definitely a few less international events than there used to be. I think back when you were a part of it, there's definitely less.
Yeah, and we played a friendly game against Norway. So we all 6 men, 6 women. We all went over to Bergen in Norway, and we had a little tournament against Norway over a whole weekend. Well, you wouldn't do that now.
No,
I mean, not even, I don't mean now. I mean,
right.
Generally.
Yeah, no, it's only the typical European youths, and then European women's, and then the worlds.
Yeah.
Okay, and Clara, how did you kind of get into bowling?
Yeah, well, being on the completely opposite side of the planet, a little bit of a different start to Judy. I started at about the age of 10. I was a sports mad kid. I tried everything, had a go at virtually everything there was to do at school. And one day my parents took me bowling, and that was it. I was always very determined as a child that I wanted to be a world champion in something. I just wasn't quite sure what it was going to be. Mum and Dad took me bowling, and I pretty quickly decided that this was going to be my chosen sport. So I pretty much went through the traditional pathways, joined a junior league, represented my state as a junior, eventually represented Australia, and finished my career actually bowling on the PWBA tour. And I basically retired when the tour sadly folded in 2003. At the time, professionals and amateurs were separate. So for me, the prospect of coming back home and not being able to represent my country was pretty devastating. So I decided that at the age of, I think it was 32. So Judy, when you first started, I actually retired. So it's been quite a while since I've thrown a ball down a lane, but continued to contribute as an administrator. So been a part of my life for, about 40 years almost.
Yeah. Are you happy that you retired, or do you wish that you'd have continued? Do you think it would have been different if the PWBA tour hadn't folded?
Yeah, I think so. I probably, to be honest, I probably don't see myself as someone that would have bowled for 20 years on tour. But I think when I reflect back on my career, I think what I really am grateful for was the opportunity to play the sport at all different levels. So, I was, able to play as a junior, represent my country, which I'm, always very incredibly proud of. But I also had the opportunity to play as a professional. So I remember Carol Giannotti always saying to me, because, Carol's a few years older than me, but not too many, but she was really the trailblazer in terms of international players joining the PWBA tour. And she said to me, you need to get over there and you need to have a go at it. And, you don't want to look back when you're 40 and regret never having a go. And now being nearly 50, sadly, getting a bit long in the tooth now. But, she was right. And it is great to be able to look back and say, I had the opportunity to play the sport at all different levels. And so to answer your question, I'm actually probably grateful that I did retire. I mean, I'm really old enough to bowl in the seniors tour, so you never say never. I might come out of retirement and bowl in the seniors world championships one day, but for the moment, quite happy to be retired.
Do you miss competing? Do you have that like urge to get back, or not quite yet?
Probably not quite yet. Look, I think every time you watch the live streaming of any major world championship or any tour events, yes, you miss the feeling of being out there, being on the approach, playing for a title. You miss that, but then you realize very quickly that that's the result of all the hard work that you put in, the hours of training, the hours of preparation, and now with children and other priorities and work, it'd be pretty tough to do that. So I know I wouldn't get that success without all the hard work. So no, I'm pretty comfortable not bowling at the moment, but you just never know. The bowling bug might bite just yet.
I hope you come back. That would be awesome. Judy, when did you think about retiring? Like, at what point did you kind of make that decision that you were done with your bowling career?
Well, in 1995, I was ranked number 2 in England, and my best friend in bowling, Tina Dival, was ranked number 4. And neither of us made the 6-person team for the World Championships. And we both said, well, I'm going to pack it in then. So we did. And Tina said, well, what are we going to do instead? I said, I thought I might play more badminton. You meet a better class of person playing badminton. And she said, why don't we challenge each other to do the London Marathon? So I said, oh, yeah. So I did. I don't think Tina ever got further than 3 or 4 miles, but I did the 26.2 miles. I'm not a runner. If you ever see me run, you will realize I am not a runner, but I finished and I raised money for charity. And I then, it took me 2 years to train up to do it. But after we'd quit, I did play the Paris mixed doubles, and any tournament at the Bowling to Paris was a must. It was just the most fabulous bowling centre. And then I'd won the Scottish Open the year before, so I played that again, came home, put all my equipment in the loft, and the next time I touched it was to take it to the dump. So I've had no desire to bowl again at all.
You don't miss competing at all?
I miss competing. I'm quite a competitive person, but not in bowling. I feel that year and some previous incidents, I was treated quite badly by the BTBA, and I don't want to have anything to do with them.
Fair enough. So obviously neither of you now are very involved bowling wise. What do you both do now? Work wise, what do you do?
Clara, do you want to go first?
Sure. So I recently finished a 10-year stint as the CEO of 10-Pin Bowling Australia. So after I retired from bowling, I had a couple of years off. I had 2 children, and after that, when my kids were a little bit older, I was fortunate enough to join the 10-Pin Bowling Australia board, and a little while after that, I had the opportunity to take on the CEO's position. So I feel very fortunate that I had an opportunity to not only play the sport that I love, that's given me so much, but also had the opportunity to give back as an administrator, and was able to apply, some of the things that, or some of the things that I wanted to achieve as a player and bring into the administration side of the sport. And I was able to do that. So that was 10 years of of love and passion and contributing back to the sport. And I fairly recently left and joined Athletics Australia. So I'm currently the General Manager of Corporate Services. So it is very different to have left bowling and not have bowling in my life 24/7. I do miss it terribly, but I'm also relishing the opportunity to learn about a new sport, take some of the experiences that I've learned in bowling, and also learn about some of the other challenges and opportunities in a completely different sport.
What kind of skills and experiences do you feel like you've taken from bowling to now help you in, different roles?
Yeah, I think what's really interesting is, when you're an athlete and you're competing, you're very focused on what matters to you as an athlete. And you tend to have quite a narrow focus, and you should have a narrow focus because you're there to compete and you're there to win and there to give yourself the best opportunities. I think when you step out and you take on an administrator role, you realize that there are more things to take into consideration, more factors involved in how to grow the sport, how to make it successful, how to make it better for the players. So I think you have a bit of a different view on things. You also learn and appreciate the need to work very collaboratively with stakeholders. At the end of the day, I think most people work in sport because they're passionate about sport. They may not necessarily agree on everything, but generally you find that most people who work in sport want to work for the betterment of the sport. And I think the ability to be able to sort of take people on a journey, understand different people's point of view, and work towards win-win solutions is something that is applicable to all sports.
Okay. And then Judy, what about you? What are you doing right now?
Well, I used to work in a proper job. I worked for a construction company, and I worked in marketing and communications. But I got back involved in bowling. I'd written articles for the student newspaper when I was at uni, and then I was involved with bowling, and I took over the management of the university's national team, and we used to go and play counties, and we played Wales and things like that. And then I wrote about student bowling. I wrote an article on spec for World of Tenpin, which was the UK bowling magazine at the time, and the editor liked it and asked me if I'd do more, so I did. And then it morphed into Go Tenpin, and then when I quit bowling as a competitor, the editor then said, well, you will continue to write, won't you? So he was obviously desperate. So I said, well, you'll have to tell me what you want. And if you want me to interview people, it won't be at tournaments because I'm not going into a bowling centre. So that carried on. And then out of the blue, I got a phone call from Anne-Marie Board, who's the Bowling World Cup manager, asking me if I would like to take over the production of the Review, which is the magazine that they used to do at the end of every tournament. And I was a bit dubious about it because it was bowling. I didn't want to be involved in bowling. So I spoke with Tina, and she said, oh, but the Bowling World Cup is the best tournament in the world. You have to do it. And I said, yeah, you're right, it is. So I said yes. And my first tournament was Pattaya in Thailand in 2001. And at that point, I just produced the Review. And Lydia Ripczynski, who was a journalist from Bowler's Journal, ran the media room. She then resigned from that, and Anne-Marie said, do you think you could do both? And the answer was yes, because nowadays, I mean, back in the day, we had to provide computers for everybody and all sorts of information and make DVDs and CDs and everything. Well, you don't have to do that now. Everybody turns up with their own laptop and you hardly ever see them in the media room. It's just really, really easy. So I now just manage the media room, international media room for Cubic of AMF World Cup, only the World Cup, don't do anything else.
Okay, so obviously bowling, I feel like, is not necessarily huge, right? It's not known about worldwide. It's a lot of the times it's not considered as a sport. What is one thing that both of you feel like bowling needs in order to make that breakthrough, to push through so that everyone can kind of understand that it is a sport?
Yeah, it's a tough one. I think the sport needs to continue to be, its authentic self and not be something that it isn't. It is a great product. But I think it also needs to continue to innovate and do things differently. I know we've done things like experiment with different scoring systems. We've put die on the lanes to show how, illustrate to people how bowling works and how technical it is. And I think we need to continue to innovate in the sport, not be afraid to challenge the status quo and try and do things quite differently. I think that is really going to be important. But it is a challenge between doing things differently, but also not losing what makes champion bowling a great sport. So, that certainly is a challenge for administrators. I know that we certainly, at my time at Champion Bowling Australia, we did quite a lot of different things with junior programs and other bits and pieces to demonstrate that you can do things differently. So, for me, and I'm thrilled to see the direction that IBF is taking. They're doing a lot of very different things that the sport's never done before. And I think that, not all of them are going to work. And I think what's really important is that the things that don't work and the things that fail, don't let that be a deterrent. Keep going and keep trying to achieve new things, because some things will work. And eventually I remain very positive about the fact that our sport will get the recognition and the credibility that it deserves.
If you could change one thing, what would it be about bowling, or just in general?
I think the thing that frustrates me about bowling, certainly it did at the time that I was competing at times, was the image that it had, that it wasn't a sport, that it didn't require athleticism. You constantly were having to defend the fact that you played this particular sport. So, for me, that was always the greatest frustration, as an athlete. But yeah, it's a tough one. I think it's not just one thing that needs to change. I think it's a series of things. But, I think we need to continue to try and raise the visibility of the sport, continue to attract new audiences, and continue to, as I said before, challenge the status quo and not be afraid to do things very differently. I mean, look at it like what darts has done. The product that it's got has been incredibly successful over many years. So, I think we just need to continue to keep trying things, keep experimenting. And as I said before, I remain convinced that we have a great product to sell and that we will get there. But again, I applaud IBF for the direction that they're taking. And I'm sure that in a few years to come, we're going to see some great things happen with our sport.
Definitely. Judy, how about you? What do you think needs to change?
I think I'm only really judging from the Bowling World Cup. That's the only thing I'm involved with now. But it does seem to me that not enough people at the top still take it seriously as a sport. I mean, I know you do, Verity, because I read that piece about you, and you go to the gym and you do various sorts of training which will enhance your bowling ability. But there are still too many people at the top who are overweight, if not obese. Too many people smoke. And just don't take it seriously as a sport. And I think the players have to understand that it is a sport and they have to take it seriously. I mean, I won my European gold medal when I was 45 or so, and that was all because I had kept myself fit. I went to the gym. I still go to the gym, well, not now, and kept myself fit, and that has to be important. I also have to say that as far as I know, at the Bowling World Cup, which is regarded, I think, as the world #1 singles competition, as far as I'm aware, nobody has ever been drugs tested. And if we want to be taken seriously by the IOC and other sports bodies, we have to do drugs testing. Now, I may be wrong about that, but I've never seen it. And I also think there is another point that bowlers, I mean, particularly bowlers in Western Europe, if you tested people in the winter, you would get a lot of positives, not because they're taking performance enhancing drugs, but they are taking cold cures, which happen to contain something that is on the banned list. And they need to understand what is banned and why it is banned, and thou shalt not take it. So there is that aspect about it. But I also think that this is going to sound quite mean in many ways, but there are too many people involved in the top-up bowling who are two-dimensional. They bowl and they run a bowling centre, or they run a pro shop or something like that. And there's no real character. There's no interest that you can hang a hook on to get the television interest. And I don't know what you can do about that.
Verity, I think too, if I can add to that, I think people like yourself who continue to portray the sport in such a positive light, you know, people like Jason Belmonte as well, they only talk about the positives about our sport. Now, of course, there are the challenges, you know, that we have, but people like yourselves who go out and promote such a positive image and how great our sport is with the power of social media these days, that is going to make it does already make a huge difference, and will continue to make a difference in terms of how our sport is perceived. So I'd like to say thank you to you for the great work that you do in terms of promoting women's bowling, promoting bowling, and putting forward such positive messages about our sport.
I think that it has to be done in order to grow the sport. And you think now social media is so huge, and it's a free outlet really to be able to reach those younger generations and to try and change that stereotype. But I would definitely agree that, you know, the top bowlers have to also want to follow that, and they have to act like athletes. And it's just trying to change that image that I think is very difficult. And if you see an overweight person bowling for, you know, a title on TV, then it obviously portrays that bad image. What do you think, or if you had an opportunity to speak to some youth bowlers and give them one biggest piece of advice, whether it be to improve their game or whether it be to help start to promote the sport of bowling a little bit more, what would you say would be, you know, ideal for them to do? Maybe it is get into fitness, maybe it is to start a social media following. What would you give as advice?
Yeah, I think the thing that I think is absolutely critical, and particularly for people who want to have aspirations of perhaps wanting to make a living out of bowling or represent their country, or you know, bowl on the PBA or PWBA tour. I think the best piece of advice I can give to people is to be the best that you can be and commit completely. So do the work that needs to be done. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, you can lose because somebody bowled better than you on the day, and there's nothing you can do about that. But I think when I look back and reflect on my career, yes, I worked very hard. So I practiced a lot. I went to the gym a lot. I worked out a lot. I worked very hard on my mental game. I felt like I committed and invested in all aspects and elements of the sport. So when you look back on your career, yes, I didn't win everything I wanted to win, but I can say to myself that I gave it 100%. I left everything out on the lanes, and I gave myself the very best preparation to be successful. And if that's not good enough on the day, yes, it's disappointing, but there's nothing more you can do. And if someone's better than you, then that's how it is. So I think it comes down to just being a committed athlete and putting in the necessary work that you need to in order to be successful, whatever the best version of yourself is.
Yeah, I agree very much with that. It's not just a question of practice for bowling, but it is a question of training, which is different to practice. And was it Arnold Palmer who said, you know, amazingly, the more I practice, the better I get. And I think that's very true. And you also have to, I think the mental aspect of the game has become a lot more important. A lot of sports now have psychologists or traveling with the team. And I think to look at the mental aspect is nowadays fundamental almost. It's not just the physical bit on the lanes.
What would you say is the most important mental aspect? You know, is it staying calm? What would you think?
I think that probably varies from person to person. I mean, some people are naturally calm. I think at a level, you have to have a level of positivity. Sorry, he's about to bark. No, he's not. Yeah, positive. Yes, calm is important. I think that's why I didn't win as much as I should have done. I was never calm when I got into that sort of high level status game. Yeah, calm.
Did you ever used to work on your mental game?
Yes, I tried to get some help on that, but there was, I mean, bowling wasn't regarded as a sport in this country, as you know, still isn't. And getting any sort of help on that was really difficult. And I think I did need some actual help, and there was nothing forthcoming. It was, I mean, I sound terribly negative over this, but on the whole, I did enjoy my bowling career, but left with, you know, yeah, should have achieved more than I did. And it was my own fault that I didn't.
Why do you think that is?
I think it was mainly the mental game. I really should have found somebody somewhere who could help me with that aspect of it, because at that time, and we were talking 20 years ago, longer than that even, and at that time the mental aspect of any sort of sport wasn't really taken terribly seriously. It was in some sports, but not many. But there was probably somebody somewhere. I mean, nowadays, the names of the top sports psychologists, you know their names. And in those days, there was nothing like that at all. Yeah, should have done more to find somebody.
Yeah. Difficult, I guess. Now it's there's so much more access, even online. You think there's so many resources, yeah. There's so many books now to where you can, you know, at least be aware of the mental side of things and figure out, you know, what thoughts you're having in your mind, and then figure out what tool you need to use to combat that. Okay, so Judy, go ahead, Clara.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I think what's really different, Verity, say, to what you experience and the athletes of today experience that's different to when Judy and I were competing is the fact that we didn't grow up in an age that was dominated by social media. So, you know, certainly when I was bowling on tour, you know, I had to ring home a lot of to report, you know, how I went. You know, scores weren't up instantly. You know, people, yes, it was around, but it wasn't like it is today. And that has its pros and its cons. Social media has the ability to create an incredible sense of connectedness, but it also is very challenging. I've often said I'm very grateful that I competed in an age where there wasn't social media, because everyone's got an opinion on everybody. And it is much more challenging to stay positive. It's very easy for people to be keyboard warriors and write negative comments about you or about the sport or whatever, and there's very little consequences, and it takes a toll on people. So, you know, that sense of having that self-belief and remaining very positive to be successful, which I think is absolutely critical in all sports. You know, it's not easy in the age that we live in this day and age. So it certainly, I'm sure, is very challenging for athletes in all sports.
Yeah, I don't do any sort of social media. I find that what you read about it, there's so much nastiness and bitchiness goes on. I don't do anything at all, unless you count being on the fans forum for Leicester Tigers Rugby Club. But other than that, I don't do Facebook. I don't do Twitter or Instagram, anything. Don't want to know.
I would love to experience a world without social media, just to see, you know, just to experience it for a little bit. But at the same time, I'm very grateful to be able to create that form of connection. And I mean, obviously technology is a wonderful thing. But Cara, going back to PWBA Tour, what would you say was your greatest memory of bowling on the PWBA Tour?
Yeah, oh look, many. I wasn't out there for that long. I was only out there for 3.5 years. But probably my most memorable moment was when I actually shot 300 on television. And
I literally just watched that video like last week.
And I won, you know, $50,000 US, which is, you know, is still a lot of money in today's age. And I hadn't made my mind at that stage whether I was going to be on time, or I was still trying to work out whether I was good enough to
just go and shut him up.
Keep up with these ladies. So, you know, that was certainly, you know, one of the most memorable, you know, moments for me. You know, I'm so incredibly grateful that I had the opportunity to bowl on the PWBA tour, and have the most amazing opportunity to bowl against these incredible women. And as I said before, even though I didn't do it for as long as I would have liked, I think it would have been great to bowl another 3 or 4 years. But to say that I've had the opportunity to play the sports at all levels is something that I'm incredibly grateful for. And also, you know, I had an opportunity to bowl in the Commonwealth Games as well, which, you know, we can all appreciate from where we come from, how important the Commonwealth Games was. So to have the opportunity to, as I said, bowl on the PWBA tour and also, you know, bowl in something like the Commonwealth Games was, I feel incredibly lucky that I was in the right place at the right time.
Do you ever wish that you'd been right-handed?
From the perspective of occasionally a little bit of that lack of respect in terms of, you know, sometimes, you know, she won because she was left-handed. I often thought of myself, though, as not a left-handed left-hander, if that makes sense. I think sometimes the lefties bring a little bit of it on themselves. You know, in as much as if they don't do well, or they didn't do well, or there was no shot on the left. And you know, we reflected before on, you know, if I was giving advice to young people coming through, it's take responsibility for what you do. You know, and sometimes, you know, it's the shot that you play on isn't the most ideal for you, but you have to learn from it, and you have to continue to evolve your game. I had to change my game quite a lot, actually. When I came out on tour, I knew I was going to have to change my release quite significantly. So you need to do the things that you have to do to be successful, and you have to take responsibility for your successes and your failures.
Certainly. And Judy, you actually started out backup, right? Do you ever wish that you'd got out of that sooner?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. Again, I mean, we're going back to the late 60s, and there just wasn't the sort of coaching available then that there is now. And somebody, you know, if there'd been a proper structure, somebody would have seen me bowling back up, realised I was really accurate and I'd got strength and everything like that, and said, "Oi, come here," and taught me. And I didn't change until 86. Wow. So that's nearly 20 years after I started bowling. And that was only because Jörn Bergendorf, who's, as you know, probably one of the top coaches in the world, he saw me bowling in the World Cup and said, "Why did you bowl a backup?" And I said, "Because I always have, and it's a bit late to change now." And he said, "No, it's not. I could change you." So I went over to Sweden and stayed there for a week and learned how to bowl a hook. But that should have happened at least 15 years earlier.
Do you think you would have had more success if you had changed earlier?
Yes. Because the success a lot of the success I had was after I'd changed round. Nobody thought I could do it, so I had to prove them wrong.
Gave you that extra fire to do it.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why did you used to say that you weren't a team player? I've seen that in a few articles that you've done.
Yes. Well, it's interesting because the main things I've won has all been part of a team. But I was always quite well, I wouldn't say a loner, but very much on my own. I always felt it was up to me and coming from within me that everything happened. And I'm not sure that I wasn't that I was less of a team player than other people thought I was. Does that make sense? I think I was more of a team player than other people thought I was. But that's.
Do you think that's just because you were such a good individual bowler that they were almost frightened of you?
Possibly, yes. Possibly. Yeah.
Okay, Clara, do you want your children to be bowlers? Is that something that you have introduced them to?
Yeah, I think that boat sailed. My kids are 16 and 14. I mean, it's not too late. Look, I did expose both of my kids to bowling when they were young. My son was a guinea pig for a lot of the things that we did with our junior program, the Bowl Patrol program, because if I was going to teach somebody how to bowl from scratch, I had the child at the perfect age to inflict some of those things on him. I think it was always going to potentially be tough shoes to fill, to follow in my footsteps in some respects, and always being compared to whether they were better or worse than their mother. So I certainly didn't ever really push bowling on them, but I did give them exposure to them, and neither of them actually bowl. They both play basketball. But it's interesting because I look at a lot of the the people that I bowled with on tour, and so many of their children now are bowling and forging careers for themselves. And I wish my kids had bowled, but by the same token, I don't think I'd have enough patience with them. And that what kids are like, they're like, what do you know, mum? They're not going to listen. They wouldn't listen to me. So it's probably for the better in some respects that they forged a different path. But it would have been great if they had a bowled for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Conscious of time, I don't want to take up too much of your time. So one last question.
Can I just add
Yeah,
to
of course.
that? I would advise any kid to do what Clara did when she was young. Play all sorts of sports and see what it is you like best. And if you like it, you'll probably be quite good at it. But definitely don't play lots of sport, but definitely play sport. Absolutely.
So one last question. Who did both of you idolize growing up, whether a bowler or a non-bowler? Was there anyone that you really looked at and almost wanted to be like, or wanted to follow their path or use them as a role model?
Yeah, for me, when I first started bowling, Jeanette Baker had just won the Bowling World Cup 2 years in a row. And that was my lifelong ambition, that one day I wanted to emulate Jeanette's success. So, for me, when I eventually did win that title in 1996, took a long time to get to that point, but that was something that was my childhood dream. So, in terms of somebody who made a huge impact on me as an athlete, would definitely have to be JB.
I wouldn't choose anybody from sport. If I'm looking to somebody that I looked up to and really admired, I'd choose Golda Meir. She was an absolutely amazing woman, and what she did for her country, her whole life is astounding. And what she did for her country when Israel became Israel is just gobsmackingly wonderful. And there's a story about, it was going to be either the Yom Kippur or the 6-Day War, I can't remember which. And her daughter was on a kibbutz down in the Negev, which she knew was going to be attacked. And she went to visit her daughter and, of course, could not actually say anything. And the nearest she got, apparently, was when she was asked, do you think we should dig trenches? And she said, I think in your position, I would. And that was the nearest she could come to saying, you are going to be attacked. And to not turn around and say, come on, girl, you're coming home with me, I think was just so courageous and just so astounding. I think she was a wonderful woman.
Wow. Well, I think both of you are wonderful, and I'm very thankful to have the opportunity to speak to you, but also just for the fact of paving the way for bowlers. Without the history that you two created in the sport, then we might not be here speaking today. So I really appreciate both of you taking the time and for doing all that you did for bowling.
Oh, thank you. I don't think I did that much, but Clara is a really outstanding person.
Judy, you're underselling yourself as usual. You and look, I think we all make our own little contribution, along the way. And Verity, I look forward to following your career over many years. I hope when the craziness of this COVID situation that we find ourselves in settles down, that you get back to the US and continue to do the wonderful things that you do, and promoting our sport as magnificently as you do.
Thank you, Verity, Judy and Clara. Our next group of speakers will form a roundtable discussion titled The Leaders of Bowling. The first of these sessions will be moderated by IBF CEO Andy Oram, who will talk to Colie Edison, the CEO of the Professional Bowlers Association, or PBA, and Clara Guerrero, chairperson of the IBF Athletes Committee.
I'm now joined by Professional Bowlers Association CEO Colie Edison, who has now been in her role for close to 18 months, I believe, and coming up for 2 years, and IBF's own athlete chair, Clara Guerrero, who is a current athlete who is participating in the PWBA leagues, as well as representing her country and also within PBA competition. So today, the March the 8th, is all about IBF's recognition to International Women's Day. So first of all, I wanted to get straight to the point of, with yourself, Colie, you're rare. There's not a lot of CEOs, female CEOs within bowling today, not just within the professional environment, but when we look all the way down to the proprietor base and especially from our national federation. How has your journey been to be in the role where you are now? You're
Gonna unmute myself because, of course, thanks for having me today, Andy. I really appreciate it. I've been in this industry on and off for about a dozen years. And I would say at first it was a little bit, you got some side eyes, you know, this is a young woman. What do you know about the sport of bowling? What do you know about recreational bowling? And I have to admit, I didn't know everything, and I committed myself to learning everything. I'm a lifelong learner. And I think I've proved to be an authentic leader because of my commitment to constantly learning from the others in our environment and in this industry. Now it's, you know, you don't get those side eyes and you don't get any questions. And I know that it's because I've proven myself and I've taken our sport to the next level. And the feedback that I've got within the industry and outside of it has just been amazing. And I'm really happy to pave this way for the next generation of women who will come next and, you know, grow to lead this industry as well.
Clara, that's been Colie provides now an enhanced opportunity, an enhanced platform to showcase elite talent. And that's you. You're in that category there. How have you found your journey from grassroots to where you are now as a female athlete, but in what's known in many territories quite a male dominant sport?
Yes, Andy, my experience has been very, very different. Since an early age, I always wanted to be a professional bowler, be the best at my sport. I moved to the United States, but with a huge dream of being a professional athlete in the women's tour. But when I finished my career in Wichita State, I found out that we didn't have a women's tour anymore. And something very special about our tour is that at that time, the men's league, the PBA, was allowing women to compete against the men. And my dream wasn't going to stop there. So I decided to compete against them. And it was an amazing experience. I was able to win 3 regional titles. I was able to make a TV show against the men. So my experience in the sport has been that we have been quite equal, okay? But the main thing for me, it has been that I have always been that driven athlete that will do whatever it takes to follow my dreams. So if it was against the men, it was against the men. It was traveling the world and bowl the open tournaments against the guys, it was that. Right? Now that we have a professional women's tour back, I'm enjoying the process to compete in that league. But I also appreciate that in our sport of bowling, we are also allowed to bowl against the men and that we have been able to succeed against the men. So it's a very special part that I think is lovely about our sport.
When we look at other sports, and it's a challenge definitely for me learning more about bowling, we've got key sports. Let's say tennis is a great example, where within one competition environment, there's still 2 pillars, there's still 2 columns. There's a male competition and a female competition. And equality is driven by equal visibility, equal opportunity, and equality in prize money. Is there something, and when I look at yourselves here, is that something that bowling should be focusing on? Is a split gender competitions within one environment, or is it more the focus is on that mixed interaction? competing with the men versus the ladies versus the men. Where would you like to see that going? Clara, that's you.
I would ideally like an organization to be able to have the two events, right? The guys events and the women event owned by the same organization and have equal prize funds and be able to display both sides of the sport. It's definitely very challenging to bowl against the men, but that's not the situation that we have right now. But ideally, that would be lovely. But it's interesting how now we are able to bowl in that mixed environment with them because that's what we have. And women are strong enough to be like, okay, if that's what it takes, we are gonna do it. But as an athlete, I think ideally we had both categories, men and women, and we have equal pay, equal TV, equal sponsors. That would be the ideal world.
And Colie, to touch on specifically with yourself, last year there was the introduction of 2 female teams into the, where did that decision come from? And are we going to see more of it?
Yeah, so I made the decision to expand the PBA league the minute that I heard that the PWBA tour was canceled in 2020. I said, I have to do something, spring into action immediately. And I know that ruffled a few feathers, but I didn't care because these women needed to be back on TV, back on the lanes, making money in bowling. So it was really great that we added the Phoenix Fury and the Miami Waves and Clara bowled, and it was just a great time. But I also understand it's not always going to be, ideal to have men versus women. Sometimes we do want to have women versus women, and that's okay, and men versus men, and that's okay. And the PBA allows for that. In many of our formats, it's open, and Clara competes, and other great, amazing women compete against the men. And we want to create, and Kelly Kulik, who won the TOC 10 years ago, that was a really amazing moment in our sport. So I think there is a place for both. There's a place for, both sexes to compete against each other. And then there's places for, each gender to have their own tour and their own tournaments.
So when we look at strategic initiatives such as, International Women's Day or gender equality, and, I came from a very male-dominant sport, but, I've seen massive progress and platforms and sharing of platforms. Is it going to be possible with having multiple layers of event organizers or structure? Is there the opportunity that maybe PBA, I know with your youth program, you've really gone into the youth element, but do you see in the future an opportunity to have those dual gender pathways under the PBA umbrella?
Yeah, PBA is always looking for growth opportunities. We have a really great partnership with PWBA right now. Whether that becomes more part of our fold in the future, I'm not really in a position to say yet. But I know that our PBA league will always have a place for women. And that's something that was very new once I came into the role. And there were a few women who took place in the PBA league, but it was never really a mandate. And for me, when I look at DEI initiatives, having women in the PBA league is really important for me. I love our team sport. I think it is so fun. It's a fan favorite. And that is a place that I have said, this is where I'm going to start. I know I can't do everything from day one, but from day one, I can make a change. And that's one of the changes I'm most proud of.
So obviously the world is going through an incredible crisis right now where there's a reset of many things. Clara, do you see the impact of the pandemic on numbers, on participation coming through on that grassroots? If I look at you as the chairman of the athletes committee, do we see new challenges now to the relevance and the opportunity is for female athletes considering bowling as a sport, as a career progression?
I believe the pandemic was pretty difficult for most of the athletes, being young, being the future, just because we were not able to practice our sport. However, I do see a huge growth. Okay, I live now in the United States, and you can see the talent in the college environment, right? They had a whole year pretty much in standby. Now they are coming back, and they're coming back very strong. And we see a little girl like Julia Martin that just competed against the professional women's tour, and she was incredible. And she's only 16, and there are many women like that. that are willing to, to take the world of our sport. So I think that for all of the athletes in the world, the pandemic was different. For everyone, it was difficult, but the bowling centers were closed. So it was hard to continue on being sharp and keep working on your talent, in your craft, in your game. But there is a huge talent in our sport. A lot of women are practicing it more. In the United States, there is a lot of opportunity for huge scholarships in the women's side. And that has motivated a lot of the young girls to practice our sport. And when I go back to my country, Colombia, I also see a lot of growth in the youth. Having the PBA tournaments for the youth. All of my students here in Texas are wanting to participate in that. So every time our big organizations that everyone admires creates tournaments for young athletes, you will see a huge motivation for them to continue on practicing our sport. So even though we are coming out of a rough year with the pandemic, I see a huge growth.
So we've heard in a lot of the discussions we've had, we've been very fortunate to talk to the International Olympic Committee and the Gender Equality Movement. What if we could focus on key areas? What would that be? What can the bowling family do to assist with a further alignment to recognizing equality globally? Is there any key identifiable markers that you feel we could do?
I mean, from my perspective, I think you touched on it a bit with prize funds. I run the PBA tour. I don't run the PWBA tour. So it's always, it's hard. I can't really influence equality there, but I know that we have the highest prize fund that we've had in years. And the PWBA has that as well. It's one of their highest prize funds. It's still just not equal. When I look at our ability to give out a $250,000 grand prize for the Players Championship, I want that for the PWBA as well. And I hope that, that's one way, but we can work together. But we do have some great events that the women are eligible to win a lot of money. And I think, that's what's going to drive this. I am, paving the way when it comes to sponsorships and partnerships, being able to bring on non-endemic partners into this sport. Just this year, I've signed Kia, Guaranteed Rate, Snickers, Red Bull. They've all joined the fold, and we've been able to contribute that directly to our prize funds. So I look forward to continuing to build these partnerships from endemics and non-endemics alike, so that we can funnel it back and ultimately give the money to our players.
I think that what Colie is doing with the PBA, it's amazing. The guys struggle for a long while, also having a very good and big amount of money as in their prize fund. Now she's accomplishing it with all of these partnerships, but also she's allowing women to compete still, even though we now have a tour. Remember that this started because we didn't have a tour. So PBA allowed us to play against them because we didn't have anything to compete right against any other tournaments. So that's not our case right now. And PBA is still opening the doors for us to compete against them and have the opportunity to be on TV, to be on Fox. And I think that's having that, those viewers, that recognition is what is going to allow us to grow. Now, there are different organizations, USBCs and the PWBA have different maybe goals or different difficulties. They struggled tremendously through the pandemic, but they're doing everything they can to make our tour stronger. Now, as an athlete, I see that there is something that we can do that is very, very important if we want more women to be in the leadership of our sport, which is to prepare the athletes for that transition between being an athlete and retirement. Okay, so if we start preparing our professional women and our Team USA members, Team Colombia members, when they're getting into their higher 30s, 40 years, we prepare them or show them the opportunities in coaching, in leadership, in the industry, how they can get involved with the brands, with our manufacturers, etc. And they can pick a route and we prepare them, then we will see more women being part of our leadership. But I don't think we necessarily have a program. And as a women, we do have a home and a family to run, right? So when we start retiring, we start focusing sometimes much more in the family because we have been traveling for the last 30 years pursuing our dreams as an athlete. But many athletes also don't necessarily have children to be with, but they also don't know what they can do for the sport. So I think that there is a lot that we can do in that sense, and then we could see more women into our leadership. And then there is something that I want to mention that is incredible, which is that there are a lot more women coaches in the college environment now in the United States. And they're young ladies that just graduate out of college and they become coaches at universities, or ladies like Sharon O'Keefe, which is our player of the year on our tour, and she is still a coach for a university. So there is a professional side that women can be, that can change the sport tremendously, and that can be a huge influence for the future of our sport, because it's for the young athletes. So I think that if we focus a little bit more on that, we could see a big growth of participation of women in the leadership.
It is interesting to touch on coaching, because one of the feedback things, we never see any coaches at a PBA event, or we never really see any coaches at big world level events. And so on that point there is, how important are the coaches? Because they seem hidden. So is it that they are a hidden product? If we look at tennis, the classic moment from Wimbledon, from Flushing Meadows to Roland Garros, where it's the cutaway of the athlete that's fighting that emotion, and there's the coach desperate to talk to them. But bowling doesn't seem to have that, or am I missing something? So, Colie, I haven't seen any coaches around you at PBA events.
So what you're seeing is ball reps, really, when it comes to the PBA tour. So we have tour reps who are out there and they're just off to the side. Actually, in some of our programs, we'll have them mic'd up so that our announcers can speak directly to them. I think a lot of that is the ball sponsorships that the players have. They bring their ball reps with them. And I mean, if you look at what Francois Lavoie did just last week, he made a ball change that was all because his coach told him to do it. His ball rep told him to do it, and that enabled him to win the entire tournament. So they are hidden heroes. But like Clara said, when it comes to the collegiate level, coaching is much more important. This is because it's a team sport, and we know how important teams are guided by their leaders, by their coaches. So on the PBA tour, you'll see it with our leagues. Every league has a manager who really comes from a coaching background, a professional background, and they are very influential in the success of that team.
Sorry, Clara, please.
Sorry, I interrupted. But I can see how in the international level for our federations, we could have a big focus on that coach. Okay, it's a big part of it. However, we need to make sure that those coaches are prepared, that they are the right person behind that team, right? Before we display them as such a big part of their success. However, most of the time, there are brilliant people that supported us from the beginning. Okay, so yes, we probably don't see it very often outside the college bowling, area, but that there is something that we can do, definitely.
Well, look, it's one last question which we've asked everybody. Do you believe bowling is gender equal for today?
If it's gender equal?
Do you believe bowling is gender equal today?
In many ways, yes. I think the sport itself is equal. How we monetize it, how we raise its visibility, and how we get it to a higher level, we still have some work to do.
Yeah, I have to agree with Colie. As an athlete, I see it in many ways equal. If I go into what the guys are making and what I'm making, but they're different organizations, then I could be like, oh, we are not quite there yet, right? I'm a coach. I'm the chairman of the athletes. I'm part of the executive board of IBF. I'm a huge leader. I'm always wanting the best for the athletes and for the sport. So in my way and my experience, I feel pretty equal. However, I know that that's not the case in different countries, in different local organizations of the sport. So there is a lot more work to do, but I could say more positive things about the equality of our genders in bowling than in other sports.
on that. I promised I wouldn't take up too much of your time. It's really appreciated. It's awesome. I think, you know, so done. Thank you to both of you. Okay.
Thank you. Thanks for having us. This is going to be awesome.
I don't want this to be
one.
We need to do this more. We need to do this much more. Because, you know, we need to have platforms. We need to be showcases.
Yeah.
So, you know, I really appreciate it. Okay.
Anything?
Hold on, I have
Yeah.
I have a young one who wants to talk about what sport do we do, Winnie? What sport do we do? Bowling? Yeah, I'll get that. Can you say I love bowling?
I love bowling.
That's perfect.
Brilliant.
All right.
That's absolutely brilliant. You know, I think Colie and I and Clara, Colie and I catch up every now and then, and we talk about it because together we're much better on our own. So I'll leave you be, Colie. I really appreciate it. Clara, let's talk more, and then we'll all catch up. But look after yourself, and thank you very much.
All right, say bye-bye, Winnie.
Bye-bye, sweetie.
Bye, guys. Talk to you soon.
Thanks for
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Andy, Colie, and Clara. Next up, we have a roundtable with some of bowling's female coaches. These women have all coached at the highest level and have led their teams into the world's biggest competitions. The roundtable will be moderated by Eric McKenzie, IBF Sport and Development Manager. Joining Eric will be Pirita Meyer, former head coach of the Finnish bowling team, Jerry Edwards, head coach of the Puerto Rico bowling team and former coach of Team USA, and Bianca Flanagan, former Australian bowler and NTS Pathways coach. Thank you, Eric.
Well, thank you all three of you for agreeing to participate in this. It's a great honour to have all three of you involved in this. It certainly means a lot to IBF. I'll start it off with the first question, and that is, what does International Women's Day mean to you? So I'll start with you, Pirita. What does it mean to you?
Well, for me, it hasn't been an important day. When I was young, I didn't realize how fortunate I am living in a country with very equal opportunities, to both women and men. But as I've, grown older, I've realized that it's just a fraction of females in the world who have the same chances that I have had in my younger years. So it gives more value to this day, because not personally for me, but I want to see this as a, explain it to you. I want to see more gender equality in all the countries, so that I'm hoping that most of the girls in the world would one day have the same opportunities that I had when I chose sport, and when I chose bowling, and when I chose to become a teacher, and when I chose to become a coach, and so on. So I know that I'm very lucky, very fortunate to have these chances. So it means more and more to me every year when I hear stories and when I meet ladies around the world who haven't had the same chances, and still they got to where they are at the moment. So I see more and more importance from year to year. Yeah.
Very nice. It's certainly got a unique perspective with your country having a lot of those policies in place. What about you, Jerry? What does International Women's Day mean to you?
Well, firstly, I think like what you mentioned there and what you shared is very, very important for me as well, because growing up here in the United States, I had a lot of opportunities as a young player. In fact, even as early as high school, I went into our athletic director in our school with two other friends of mine who were girls. We were good bowlers, and we didn't have a bowling program. And we petitioned to have one for our high school. I mean, who does that? And they said yes. So, Title IX here in the United States was, celebrated to bring equality with the genders. And so I have enjoyed, that as well. And so I really appreciate that that outlook and that reflection, because it is very much the same for me. I think it's a fun day to be able to celebrate the accomplishments of women and their competitiveness, but their ability to give and the things that they've given on all levels. Because I think women do a lot, not just at the national level, but all the way down to the grassroots, because they're very instrumental in building programs and building young athletes. So for me, it's a time to celebrate women's, their contributions. Just a day to take a moment and say thank you and to celebrate those.
Yeah, a day of celebration for you then. That's very nice. And Bianca, what does it mean to you?
There's not really much more I can add to what the other two ladies have said. I probably, the notes I've got are very similar. I think I've been really lucky through my career, both bowling and my professional career, to have had opportunities that possibly weren't always there through time. Roadblocks that females in the past possibly would have been stuck on have been broken down by women before me. So I think the day is really important to recognise what they did, and then recognise the good work and the great work that women continue to do to try and break down those barriers and to celebrate the opportunities that we've got.
Yeah, very nice. That probably leads me on to the next question. Isn't around role models. So between the three of you, who were your role models growing up? So obviously you went from bowling into coaching. Was there someone who inspired you to do that? What was your story to that pathway? I'll start with you, Jerry.
Okay. So I was really fortunate as a teenager to coach a little bit and be expected to coach with younger players, keep averages by hand, and that craziness that we didn't have the computers. I'm that old. So anyway, but I went to a program that was to teach bowling. I went as a camper, so to speak, and I was invited when I went to college, I was invited to join them as a coach, like an assistant coach on the lanes with the program. And I really, really, really enjoyed it. And so during the time I was a collegiate player, I played at a varsity level for 4 years. I also coached in the summer with this professional bowling camps. And truly, truly enjoyed the interaction with people and really watching people get better and celebrating, and especially something that they love because they chose to go there. So I've been blessed to be able to help people do something better that they really, it's a desire of their heart to be better. And so that's a real joy for me. So I got started there. So that program, and then Fred Borden, who is a tremendous man within the bowling community, has been a great leader in our sport forever, asked me to join as an assistant coach to the Team USA program in '91. And that's how I started the path on my journey with the national team programs. And Gordon Vatican, who's a tremendous collegiate coach within the programs here in the United States, he's been a beacon and a leader within the collegiate level for forever. And then also, we've got somebody new in Colie with the program with the PBA. She has been really fun to watch because she's got a lot of greatness to bring to our sport, from how to think about how to promote it and how to bring it to life for young people and to build the base and to give us a lot of excitement to look forward to for international types of competition as well.
Definitely. It's pretty unique how early you got into coaching. Often people don't think about it that early in their careers while they're still bowling. It's only something afterwards. So that is something very different. What about you, Preta? What was your journey into it? Did you have role models that you aspired to get to, or someone who mentored you through your coaching career? to get you into coaching?
Well, first of all, I was a national team bowler, but I started coaching already also at a very young age. So one of my idols was, of course, Paulina Aalto. She was the first female bowler joining the BWBA. And she's a bit like a few years older than I am. So she was kind of like showing us the way that you can do whatever you want. If you want to play professional, you can. You just have to choose the right, path to go there. And she's also a friend of mine. So I got the chance to meet her at a very young age. And she showed us, the young girls, that everything's possible. And she works in the industry at the moment as well. And later on, when I started to coach the national team for the youth, for the junior girls and youth girls, I also met other coaches, and it's very nice that you asked that question, because Cherry was one of my idols at that time. She was really showing how to show presence on the lanes, and I really admired her her style of coaching when I was seeing her on the lanes, and it's nice to be here with her at the moment, actually.
Thank you. You make me cry.
Since then, I think I have created my own way of coaching. I like to learn new things all the time, and I like to develop my style, because generations are changing all the time, and you cannot go the same way with different teams. So you have to learn from every team you coach, from every individual you coach. You learn something new, and you can always add something to your own coaching toolbox, I would say. So how would I say? I have had a lot of mentors and met a lot of great coaches during the years, and I've been coaching now already 20 years in the national teams. So
you're not old enough to be coaching.
Well, at your 20s, how can you be coaching for 20 years? I don't know how it's possible, but yeah. Now I'm the head of youth coaching in Finland, and it feels great to be mentored to someone else, since I've learned so much from the others. So now I try to encourage good players to also study coaching, and to help the younger bowlers to become better, because we don't have so many coaches in Finland who are really active. So it's I want to engage them to the sport more, not only just bowlers, but also helping others to become better. And we can also, I'm trying to create a network and a community for the coaches, also to get some support, because it's very mentally challenging to coach a lot, and you need how it's called, peer support, something like this. Yes. So you need to have someone that you can tell the problems and just take it all out, and maybe get some feedback, or just some new ideas how to deal with the situation. And I wish we could have more of that. And I think that is one thing where women coaches are a bit better. I think we have more courage to tell that we don't know what to do, and we need some new ideas or some help. And I think that is one of our strengths, that we can really support each other as well.
Yeah, definitely. I would just welcome back Bianca as well. So that was very
some small internet issues.
That's all right. All good. You're back now. So it was just very interesting from Peretta talking about that and a few of the challenges in around your coaching career. So that will lead me on to the next question: is what are the biggest challenges? Because at the last two Olympics, of all the coaches, there was only 11% were female coaches. What is the biggest barrier that you guys see to more female coaches entering the industry? It's a bit of a big question, but we'll go to you, Bianca. Why do you believe so few numbers?
I think from my perspective, at my age, thinking about, getting started in coaching and then continuing through to coaching, when you're thinking about genders, as a female, there's a lot of emphasis put on, raising families, having a career, juggling, raising children and those sorts of things. And from my experience, a lot of female coaches I know have left sports for those reasons. And I think it's, that stigmatism behind being a wife or a mother first over, what your career might be, whether it's coaching or you're doing something different. I think there's those sorts of emphasis, and then trying to get back into the workforce makes it a little bit difficult continuing to manage those sorts of priorities in your life.
Yeah. So it seems that family takes priority over the sporting career.
Yeah. And when you think about what coaches do and the time that you spend doing, that sort of work, when you think about going away to the Olympics or, going to world championships or events like that, you're spending quite a lot of time away from your family. So, yeah, I think the stigmatism previously took a lot of precedence over that sort of work, whereas I think things are changing a little bit now. Getting better, but still a long way to go.
Yeah, definitely. And what about you, Jerry? Are you on a similar vein there, or do you have different theory?
Yeah, certainly. That's that, and I think that will always be a consideration from a lot of perspectives. I think the roles that women take in their lives. I will say that I think that one of the things that's going to help tremendously, at least in the sport of bowling, is here in the United States, the NCAA, which is our large sporting organization, has recognized bowling as a sport. It was recognized as an emerging sport. We actually have 87 programs, collegiate programs in the NCAA. There's also a collegiate program too. So we've got bowling's kind of crazy at the collegiate level, but NCAA gives a lot of credibility to coaching because they've got programs where the coaches hired by the university, paid by the university, that is their job. And it's not a secondary job, it is their job. And I think when you have coaches at the collegiate level, then you start to develop coaches at a professional level. I think that's how, like in football, it started collegiately. That's where years ago, the professional programs were actually started by the collegiate coaches, and we've not had that in the past. So 87 schools, and of those 87 schools, it's built slowly, but there are actually 37 of those have head coaches that are women. So yeah, and so there's been a lot of girls that have gone through collegiate programs, bowled for a program, and then have been inspired and they've wanted to stay within the sport and have sought out places where they can coach. And so we've got some women now at the collegiate level that are in charge of programs. And I think that kind of leadership, young ladies see that that's an opportunity, it's a path. And I think with that kind of support, it's easier for somebody maybe to take the time to pursue it from like a national team coach and have the help that you need, because no coaches can do that on their own. I mean, I don't care whether you're a man or a woman. If you've got family, you need support. You need, there are responsibilities that are important to you that you need to find ways to get things covered. But the programs here, I'm just really thrilled for the programs and all the women that are coaching now and stepping into that arena.
So it's all about the support networks around you, which will make life easier. Do you feel like the federations are doing enough in that regard, or is there the federations could be doing a lot more to help out to enable more women to get into coaching and these other administration roles which you're talking about, especially in the collegiate system?
Are you posing that to me? Or to all
yeah, I'll go.
All
yeah. No, you, and then the others can jump in if they've got an opinion.
Yeah, so, you know, I think the federations have a lot to manage, no matter what you're talking about, whether you're talking, there's just a small group of people that have a lot of details that they have to manage. So it's not like the main goal necessarily. You know, it's one of the goals, and so it can't be the only way that they're moving, because there are so many other things that are important. And I think, yes, that in many of the programs that there's an awareness, and people are really working hard to try to support women in the sport and growing it that way. And, you know, I think as women embrace that, there'll be some momentum that builds from there as well.
Very nice. And you, Verity, do you have any opinion on why there is so few female coaches throughout sport, not just bowling as well?
Well, I agree a lot to the facts that Bianca mentioned earlier about the family issues and so on. But I think it's also about ambition. A lot of it goes down to, if you really like, I say that females are often put into the situation where you need to choose between an ambition against another. Kind of like you have to choose between family life or your career, or you need to choose if you want to be ambitious, or if you want in your professional life, or if you want to be ambitious in your bowling, or if you want to be like you would have only one chance. And no one puts the guys into the same position. Like, of course, if they want to be professional athletes, go ahead, use your ambition to be there. They are not questioned so much from the people around them. So if you have that ambition towards, you know, being a professional coach, you will find a way. Even though if you are a female or a male, it makes no difference in there, because it's not who you are, it's what you do. Like, if that's my opinion on things. Like, when I go to coach someone, they don't see me as a female. They hear what I say, and if it makes sense to them or not. It's as simple as that. They listen to me if it makes sense to them. If it doesn't, then it doesn't matter who's there. You know, if it's me or a tall guy, makes no difference. If you speak bullshit, then it's bullshit. You know. Sorry, bad language, but. So I think it's a bit the same, because if you know what you want and you go for it, you know, if it's family, then you choose family, and then it's your ambition, then you do the right thing. But if you have that professional ambition towards coaching, bowling, or any other sport, you can go for it. You know, someone may think that you do bad choices, but it's your choices. You know, it's the person's own, how do I say, when you do the right thing for you and you follow your own ambitions, then you will find a way. Like, that's how I see it. Of course, there is always barrier. There is always, you know, something that you have to go even over, or go around, or go under, or some kind of a fence you will see in front of you. Or we say it's a glass roof. I don't know if you have that saying in your own language, that you reach a glass roof, something that you don't see, but that prohibits you to go higher.
Definitely, the glass ceiling, we call it.
Yeah, glass ceiling, yes, that's the one, yeah.
Definitely there.
So we use hammers to go through.
You're on it. Sound like you've nailed it. Is there anything that you think we could do to encourage more females to take up coaching? Is there one thing in particular, or is it just is it a mindset, or is it actually start running programs, mentor programs, use people like you to take people under their wings to encourage people, or is it identify athletes who are very good at knowing the game and have coaching mindsets to or streamline them into coaching? I'm just chucking out ideas here of what potentially you could see as ways to increase female participation in coaching.
if I can continue to that, I would say that I've not met many female coaches who lack that small amount of self-esteem to get in front of everyone else and say that, hey, I know this, I can explain this to you. So we have that small inner guy in our heads telling us that, hey, you are not the best to say this, or you are not the best in this, so don't speak out loud. So just listen what the others have to say. And I think that is often prohibiting us to, or the female coaches, because often they are not the first ones to say that, hey, I know this, you know, and especially in technical things. We have that feeling that we are not so good at reading the lanes, or we are not so good at drilling bowling balls, or the guys know this better. So I am not giving my opinion on this. I want to hear the others, but all those things you can learn. I don't see there any difference.
Females and males, or is that you
Sorry?
find that? Do you find that little guy in your voice? Is that when you're coaching both males and females, or is that you only find it when you're coaching males? The little man in the voice in your ear.
Sometimes it's a cultural thing, because I've been coaching also people from different cultures. So they have a different kind of mindset towards gender equality. And sometimes it is a question of authority, so that they don't give you the authority, you have to take the authority. I'm not used to that, but then I have to switch my style and take the authority, like especially in the cultures who are very masculine cultures, in a way. So then, how would I say? Yes, I think it happens in both situations. It's not about the gender that much, but I see more female coaches who have the problem that they don't want to be the authority, or they don't want to step in front of the bowlers and say, hey, now we're doing this the way I want it to be done, because I have the experience, or we want to try this, or something. So.
Definitely.
Sorry, it's a long answer. But...
No, that's right. It's a very good answer.
Very good. Eric, I think just the fact that the question and the desire is out, that you would like to see that happen. Anytime that those questions and those goals become important, I think things move in that direction. Until you really identify, it's just like, you know, even when you're dealing with a player, until a player knows that, oh, you know what, I really need to work on my timing. You know, they don't really know, and so they don't address it. And so it stays the same. So just the simple fact, you know, I don't know that any of us have perfect answers right now, because the question hasn't been that important, you know, and now as we've moved forward and things are moving in a good direction, you've got an opportunity and some time to kind of reach and try to take some risks and try to figure, and we're not always going to make the right decisions. That's the other thing. You take risks and it's not always right. So what? So what? It's wrong. You're not going to be right all the time. But just the simple fact that you reach for something greater, things happen, and you don't even know. You have no idea where they're going to come from, you know, and how it's going to play out. There are advocates that we don't even know we have. And then when you start asking good questions, you get a lot of help. So, you know, just the simple fact that you're taking time to celebrate women, ask for, you know, what do you see? You know, those things will bring things about. And to your point, Verity, I think, you know, there's some women that are very good technically, like with drilling bowling balls, that might be a good way to teach other women, because maybe it's less threatening. I don't know. You know, I think some women really couldn't care less. Let the man teach me. I like to learn, you know, and I think that's the way most people are. You know, most women who have competed have pretty strong personalities, I think, because they like to compete. They like to stick their nose in it, and they like to challenge themselves, and they like to challenge the players and the people around them. So there's a spirit about people who like to compete in general, I think, it's a pretty strong. They may not show it the same way because we're also very different, but it's in there, and it's a strong, fierce, warrior athlete in there that is part of you. So I don't have an answer. It's just a thought. It's just, I know that when you ask good questions, that things become more clear and things present themselves in a good fashion.
Yep. So yeah, this day is not about trying to find all the answers, but it is, as you said, it's about asking the question, and that's what we're trying to find out is what are the challenges? Why are the numbers so low of female coaches? So it's really great getting to hear all your different perspectives. The question I'd like to ask all of you, and I'll start with Bianca, is what makes a good coach? What do you think makes a good coach?
I think one thing that I always try and do when I'm coaching is think about what it was like for me when I was an athlete and how I liked to be coached. And for me, the biggest thing was communication. I think if a coach can communicate well and can communicate with all different people well and understand how people like to learn, that makes them great. The technical side of things, you can learn. You can, research, you can investigate, you can talk to other people, you can have discussions. Yes, you have to have a good basis of technical information, but if you can't communicate, then it just gets lost, I guess you could say. So one thing that was always really helpful for me as a bowler was being able to connect with my coaches. And so that was always on a communication level. So I think that's been one thing that I've always tried to work really hard on in my coaching as well.
Yep, I like it. What about you, Paretta?
I agree 100% with Bianca. Like I've been, my first profession is a classroom teacher. I'm in the school at the moment, and it's something that you have to reach the other person also at an emotional level, like intellectual level, but also at emotional level. If you can relate to the situations, it's always easier to coach and to be coached as well. So yes, and that is also the thing that makes coaching so challenging and also mentally draining sometimes, when you need to have that connection, but still you need to stay professional. So you can show empathy and you can show feelings as a coach as well, but you have to be the one to rely on, so that the bowlers can always rely to your staying on that right side of emotions, if you understand what I mean. Like coach is the one who has to stand tall when everyone else is going down in a way. So yes, that makes a good coach, I think, so that they can relate to situations but stay also in their own role as a coach. So yeah, I would say that is one of the most challenging parts, and you can feel yourself you can feel successful when you are capable of doing that, like reaching to the bowler and helping them in a situation, and also keeping your cool.
Can be hard in the heat of competition to be keeping the cool.
Yeah, but that's the thing that gives the best feeling ever. When gives the best feeling of success comes when you conquer the situation, so that you can get your bowlers to do close to their best, and you see them coming out from the problems as winners, and you feel like you had something to do with their success. That's the best feeling ever.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And what about you, Jerry?
So I think both the ladies speaking maybe underestimate how technically sound they are and why the people listen to them. look, you both are great champions, and you know a lot, and that I think is important. Then you've got the added bonus of being great communicators. And in the end, I agree with you, because it doesn't matter if you know a lot, if you're a butt, you know, nobody wants to listen to you. So, you know, they really, you know, there's a quote that says, they don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And I think both you ladies are doing wonderful jobs there, where the players know that you really care and that you've got their back. And I think that that's, you know, super important too, because in the end, the buck stops with the coach, and hard decisions have to be made. And being fair is not always easy. It's just not. But being fair and doing your very best to be fair and to treat all the athletes with great respect is very, very important. And as you do that as a coach, I think you get their respect and they trust you, because trust is not bought. You earn that, and that takes time. You know, one of the hardest things I think is when you get new players and they don't know you well enough and they don't have any experience with you. So the trust is not there yet. And with time, and as a coach, as you walk your walk and you stand tall and you do your very best to honor those athletes very, very strongly, they start to understand that, okay, I can trust this coach. This coach is solid. And, you know, maybe I don't always agree with what the coach decides, but I also know that that coach is working very hard and is doing their best to make the good decisions. So, and you're going to have times when you have to have conversations with athletes that are not easy. It's just, it happens. You know, when you have fierce competitors, they want to play. And when you have to make decisions where they don't get to play, they will have questions. And how you manage that is important. And as they see you handle those with grace and with care for them, you know, I think you gain your trust, and that's important.
No, definitely. And following on from that, those hard conversations are what makes a good coach. And I think what you've said there is very important. Is there something you could recommend young coaches coming through on how to approach having hard conversations with their bowlers?
Well, I think you always, you know, it feels a bit risky at times. And I think you always go with a reconciling spirit. If there's a conflict, you know, if the intent is, I think that that's important, because I think sometimes people want to be right. We all like to be right, you know, but in the end, it's about, you know, when you approach a conversation, I think you're looking to approach it with a reconciling spirit. And with that spirit, things go better in the end, because it's not about who's right or who is wrong. It's about, let's find an answer. So I think, you know, looking for solutions in those cases, but not to be afraid. I mean, it's not comfortable, you know, and I think women are, you know, I think to that point, I think women by nature, we aren't as confrontational. If we don't deal with the confrontation as easily, I think that's probably true. As a broad generalization, some are very, very good at it, very good. But I think, you know, if you were going to make a generalization, maybe not as confrontational sometimes, how we handle that stuff. So I think you just be, you know, you have to take a risk, you have to be brave, and you have to be looking to be strong enough to make everything better. Because if you don't address it, it never goes away. So you have to, you know, if there's a concern, you have to address it.
Definitely. Either of you other two like to add anything to that? How you'd address a hard conversation to have?
Well, I have a saying in Finnish that the ones you struggle the most, they have the best memories of you afterwards, after 5 or 10 years. So it's the same in school and same in bowling. The ones you work the hardest, you know, they often have, you know, when you meet after 10 years, they have so many, you know, good memories out of those days when the coach was really struggling with them. And so then it was worthwhile. you know,
Definitely.
that's what I think. Yeah.
And you, Bianca?
I'd probably say honesty, just approaching the conversation with honesty. In my professional work, I'm a nurse, so it's I work in mental health, so being honest with patients can sometimes be really tough, and I feel like that's made me a better coach in having those difficult conversations when you have to, you know, possibly break someone's dreams in making teams or doing certain things. If you just lay the facts out and be honest and follow through with what you've said, and then follow up and give them opportunities in the future. So it's not just about that one moment, that one conversation, or the, you know, conflict that might have happened or arisen. It's about what then happens afterwards, and making sure that you follow through and do what you're going to say, or, you know, provide them with other opportunities to improve, or you know, different ways that they can possibly get there in the future.
Yeah, definitely, I agree with that. Follow-up is so key, because often, I know in the heat of the moment in competition, a lot of things are said. You give some feedback, which some people may take the wrong way, but it's how you then follow up to it and say, look, it wasn't a personal attack. I was trying to help everyone, and these type of things. So how you follow up, as long as you're honest the whole way through and transparent, I think that goes a long way to it. So I think what all three of you have said is spot on, because those hard conversations are hard. They're called hard conversations for a reason. They're not easy. So, and that's something as a coach, as you all mentioned, people are aspiring to get to these big competitions, and you're breaking people's dreams. So it's not all smooth sailing, but then, as you said, Greta, it's when they're on the journey with you, how good it is when you get there at the end. So it's pretty inspiring, and hopefully we get a few more coaches on board with through the IBF certification that we're going to look to do later this year as well. So I'd first of all just like to thank all three of you for your time and commitment to this. It was really good to speak to you all and find out a bit more about your journeys as well. So I think there was a lot of really good information out of this session. So I would like to thank the three of you very much for your time.
Thank you, Eric, Rita, Jerry, and Bianca. We are now at the last roundtable of the day, titled The Female Leaders of Bowling Part 2. Once again, I will be moderating the table, and I have the pleasure of being joined by Lisa John, Chairperson of the British 10-Pin Bowling Association, Beatrice Hunter, a high-level coordinator of the French Bowling Federation, Hanala Impola, member of the Finnish Bowling Federation Leadership Board, Kathy Innes, Executive Director of the Canadian 10-Pin Bowling Federation, and Kylie Castle, the President of the 10-Pin Bowling Association of South Africa. Hello and welcome to this session on Women Leaders in Bowling. My name is Megan Tibri and I'm the Head of Event Delivery for IBF. Bowling, like many other sports, has existed in a very male-dominant environment when it comes to top administration positions and leadership positions. So I'm really excited to talk to these women today to find out how they got their leadership positions, what struggles they faced along the way, and what suggestions they have for making the boardroom a more equal environment for women leaders of the future. So with that said, I would like to welcome Beatrice Hunter, who is a high-level coordinator for the French Bowling Federation. Beatrice, if you want to just give a wave.
Hello.
Perfect. Hanala Impola, who is a member of the Finnish Bowling Federation's leadership board.
Hi.
Lisa John, who is chairperson of the British 10-Pin Bowling Association. Say hi, Lisa. I'll give a wave. No, that's okay. Kathy Innes, who is the Executive Director of the Canadian 10-Pin Federation. And Kylie Castle, who is the President of the 10-Pin Bowling Association of South Africa. Great. So I'm really excited to talk to everybody today because, as I mentioned in the introduction, this is such a male-dominated space. So amongst other things, personally, I really want to find out like how you made it into this space and what challenges you face, because you really are pioneers. So I want to ask each of you what International Women's Day means to you. So I'll start with Kathy, if you want to tell us what.
Okay, so this was a difficult question, but I think what it means to me, it just makes me reflect on the improvements through the years that women's rights have made, and remind me of where we were and where we are today, and just shed light on where we can move to the future. So that's what it means to me.
Great. Hanela?
Also hard question for me also, but yeah, I think that in Finland we have the women's rights are in really good shape, if I can say so. We are in third country in whole world when we get the women's get the rights to vote and things like that, and I think that we are pretty good place to, Finland is good place to be in that point, but I think that also there is another country where the things are not so well, and that's, I think that it means to me that we have to recognize and remember these countries where the things are not so good that we have in Finland.
Yeah, that's true. It's such an awareness point, isn't it? Even if everything's perfect in our country, it brings awareness to situations where it's not so perfect. So Colie, you've been joined by a furry friend.
She's female.
Good. What does International Women's Day mean to you?
Yes, as everybody else said, I think it is quite a difficult question, but very relevant as well. The way I see it is that it's an opportunity to recognize women in all aspects of life, and to celebrate where women have come and how far we have come in achievements, and particularly in South Africa. I mean, there's a lot of challenges, and so yes, it is. I think it's an opportunity to recognize and celebrate where we are as women today.
Great. And Beatrice?
So before answering, I would first like to wish a happy Women's Day for all women and girls first. It's an important day for women around the world, and it's a day of mobilization and action for women's rights and equality between girls and boys. And Angela said, we are the same in France. We have chance to be here, women in France, and we have to think to the other girls and women in all the world, or it's not the same.
Great. Lisa, what does it mean to you?
I think for me and for us, it's just about celebrating equality, and recognizing how great we are as women, and as the part of the species, really. And just, I think I just echo what everyone else says, just celebrating equality, and just standing up for women, all the women out there, and enjoying that we are great as well as men.
Great. And this is so interesting because you're all from obviously different countries, so it really, this day means something different to everybody, so it's great to get your perspectives on this. So I'm going to direct this question to Kylie now. What challenges did you face to get to your leadership position?
Yes, although it is challenging, I think to get to my position was not really a challenge, so to speak. We have quite a strong constitution that we follow as Temple Bowling South Africa, which is, we followed our SASCOC, which is our the mother body of sporting organization in South Africa. And with the constitution, the voting situation is that you are nominated by an executive board, you accept the nomination, and it goes to a vote. And so basically that's how it happened. I was nominated by my fellow executive board members, and I accepted the vote. I accepted the nomination, and I was duly voted in as a president. Coming from a regional president environment, where I ran the region of Tampa Bowling, I now just moved over to National Tampa Bowling Federation. But having said that, we're not hugely represented on our board. We only have a 20% representation, being myself and one other woman who are presidents. So yes, although our constitution allows for us to be nominated into the positions, again, there's not very many women that are on other committees and in a situation to be nominated onto the main executive. So I would say that is a challenge, is to getting women into the regional situations where they are then available to get voted onto national federations. So thank you for that.
Did it ever come up that you were going, well, firstly, are you the first female president that they've had? And did this ever come up after you were voted in?
No, I'm not the first president in our situation. There's been a number of women. I think I'm the third or fourth woman that's been National Federation president. So once again, it wasn't a challenge that I was challenged by any men. I was basically nominated and voted in. So hopefully that's a good sign.
Brilliant. So it's actually not that, it's not that abnormal in South Africa. So that's right. No, that's good to hear.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, this question I'm going to direct to Beatrice. And don't forget to unmute yourself, Beatrice. Perfect.
Okay.
How can we promote more women to pursue leadership positions in life and not just in bowling and sport?
Firstly, this could start at an early age at school with the introduction of a module of gender diversity. Secondly, they need access to leadership positions and career support. Thirdly, we should help them balance work and family life, like telework, childcare, adapted hours, and so. Maternity should not be a handicap in their careers, and implement women-friendly mentoring and coaching programs, a network to share experience. The company must have the will to highlight women and their successes, create a more comfortable work environment for women.
Beautiful. So actually, I just want to add to this because this maternity question has come up quite a few times during this forum that we've been running, and actually with the athletes as well. That it's difficult for women athletes to not only compete but then also have a job on the side, and then also find somebody that's going to look after their children. And the other thing was that athletes don't get paternity leave either. So this is certainly something that could be that is an issue today, and that has to be defined in the future. Do you have any suggestions towards how this could be better, better implemented?
I don't have answer. So
that's okay. Does anybody else have any suggestions on that? If not, that is totally fine. Okay, so this next question I am going to ask Kathy. Kathy, how can we get more young females involved in sport?
Now, if we knew, we would have done this already. I think that the actual sport has to be more appealing, maybe, to females. Right now, everything we see on TV or in the media is around men. and it's not appealing to girls. Because when you're at that age to start a sport or an activity, you're looking towards mentors. We need mentors, we need heroes, we need people to follow, to dream of, to be that person. Some sports in the Olympics do it very well. Bowling, on the other hand, doesn't do that so well. In the men category, there's lots of heroes, but it's hard to relate for little girls. So I really believe that we need to really get those heroes out there, and we really need to promote them. Sorry, the sun is just coming up in BC. I'll do that later. Another thing is for administration. I don't know if that falls into this, is that we need more forums like this. We need to understand each other, that we're all female, we're all the same, and we're just from different countries. And I think it really is refreshing to hear from other women across the world, and that we're all experiencing the same things. And maybe together we can kind of brainstorm on what we can do better, because a lot of times we're at our board of director meeting, and if we bring up this subject with men, it's not so easy to talk about maybe. We don't want to be centered out as the woman at the table. We want to be centered out as the person that's most qualified, maybe. So I don't know if that answered your question.
That was a great answer, actually. So back to the role models, do you think there's something, close your...
There we go.
That's okay. It's nice that you have sunshine in February.
Well, it's very early.
So back to the role models. Could you, or do you have any suggestions on how bowling can do this better?
Well, I think it's going to have to start with the world bowling maybe, and progress down, and we can do our share in our countries. We do posters and we do advertising, and we always tend to go to the man that's the superstar, perhaps because he's more visible and more known, but maybe we have to start looking at the women and really doing different pieces on them. It doesn't have to be the same as the men, the men, and they're just different. We just really need to glamorize, I don't even know if that's it, but show girls that they can do it too, that this is a sport for girls. Right. I had a girl that I coached once, and her mother said it's the very first time her daughter got involved in anything, because she wasn't the typical jock, and it changed her life completely as a teenager. She's not a professional bowler, but it changed her life, and I think that's so important to know, that if they have dreams and mentors, and they feel like they give them confidence in themselves, they can do a sport, and it can change a female's life, especially at a teenage years. But I don't have the answer to how we would do it, but I know we need to do it, because we need heroes and we need mentors.
Yeah, this hero idea is really interesting, and the thing is, we have such great female role models. It's not just the men. Like, we have so many women that athletes that can go out there, and that are so inspiring. So yeah, let's hope that IBF can work around this and lead the way. Thank you. Lisa, this one's for you. Do you believe that bowling is a gender equal sport?
Not at the moment, but I think it can be. And I think potentially one way of doing that is to allow our championships to be mixed again. So not having them separated, so having a women's championships and a men's championships, having them at the same time in the same venue, the same formats, allowing them to compete on the same stage at the same time just gives a bit more impetus to the women's game, I suppose. Makes it feel as important as the men's. it's quite hard because obviously at women's championships I've normally been there, so I haven't seen what it's been like at home in terms of the following of the championships compared to the men's. But I know when I watch on Facebook when the men have been playing that there's been a huge following from our membership, and I don't know if it's quite the same for the women's championships because I've generally always been there, so you don't quite feel it when you're playing it. But I think drawing the championships back together will be a really good starting point, because bowling, it doesn't matter whether you're male, female, tall, short, big, small, it is a real sport for everybody, and I think by having the championships mixed again would really celebrate that.
So I'm just going to ask, do you have a, it's really interesting what you say, not separating them, giving them, because a world championship should be a world championship, no matter whether it's men or women. So, if you give the same opportunity to both of them, then, you're doing the same thing for their commercial rights, their media exposure. I just wonder, do you have an opinion on mixed teams?
I quite like mixed teams. I mean, I played in the Commonwealth Championships in New Zealand about 8 years ago now, I think it was 2013, and there was a mixed team event and mixed doubles, and I loved it. I really loved playing as part of a mixed team and bowling with the men, and it changes the game for the women. So the playing field changes when you play with the men. So when you have a tournament that's all women, the lane breaks down very differently to when you're playing with the men. So to have the men on the same lanes as you really creates different challenges for the women, but it also creates different challenges for the men. And it made it a really interesting tournament. And I had to play it completely differently from when I was playing with just the women to when I was playing with the women and the men. I see Hanella's nodding. I think she's obviously experienced that as well. So I really like the idea of a mixed team. It just brings another element to the sport and to the championships and to coaching as well for our coaches. It's another thing for them to have to think about. And personally, I'd quite like to see it. I think it would be quite an interesting opportunity for everybody.
I haven't actually heard that perspective before, so that's really interesting. So it's a completely different thing.
Drawing on personal experiences, sometimes it's a good thing. I don't know. Sometimes it doesn't help you. You're quite you have quite tunnel vision. But I loved it. I loved it. I love bowling with the men because it makes me have to think about things a bit differently to when I play with just the women. And it does make you feel equal as well.
And I guess there's many sports where this isn't an opportunity. You can't play in a mixed team. So specifically at a world championship level. So why not? Why not be the pioneers in that space?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you have mixed doubles in tennis, and I love watching it. I think it's great, and the camaraderie between the men and the women, it just adds a different element to it, and I love it. So yeah, there aren't many sports that can do it. So we can. So why don't we?
Okay, that's interesting. My next question I'm going to direct to Hanela, and that is, what are the challenges bowling faces in the future, and how will these be counteracted?
One thing what I think is the main idea that we have lots of different competitions. We have lots of championships, and to the like Lisa said, we have the man, for the women they have their own competitions, and I think that we have to one big world championships where everybody's in, like Olympic or something like that. It have to be that then we have can put all the money in the same place, and all the federation can join there, and we don't have to choose where we can go, what competition we can join. But that's just one idea about what the future can. But maybe it's the one problem what could be is our formats, how we play the tournaments are quite long. That's it's have to, when it's on TV, it's have to be a little bit shorter. It's have to be things have to be done a little bit quicker. That if we just watching just one match like 45 minutes or hour, it's too long in this kind of people. What we want to, that they will look the tournaments in these youngsters what's living in this world. They want new things, and I think that it's bowling have to be a little bit changed, that we can find the new people to watch the bowling competitions and so on. But that's the two idea. I think that maybe somebody else have something else. Of course, you can help me out.
Kathy.
A challenge in Canada, it might not be everywhere, but our bowling centers, we're facing few and few of them. They're closing more and more as property rates are, the value of property rates are skyrocketing. So it's very difficult to have bowling centers in your community. We have hard time training our athletes on our team. Our country's quite big, and it's getting less and less available to have bowling centers in your community. I find that's a challenge. We have started a project trying to attract community-owned bowling centers. We find that they are successful, and the budget for them is a little differently when the government owns them. So we think that could be a future, but is it a viable one? We're not sure.
Thank you. Yeah, they're definitely, those 3 points are not new. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. But it's great that these are brought to the table and that they're being worked on. So thank you. This next question I actually want to ask both Lisa and Kathy. So maybe Lisa, if you want to answer first, and then I'll ask Kathy as well. Females are underrepresented. Females are underrepresented in the administration of the sport. How did you get into your position?
So I applied for, well, I worked my way up sort of from the bottom, really. Here in England, we have positions that are advertised on our, we call it our national council, so on our board. Positions are advertised, and it was a regional position that came up first following a restructure of the organisation. And I knew that I wanted to get involved because, you know, bowling's given so much to me as a player that I felt like I wanted to give something back to it and try and help others behind me, you know, that I've had great opportunities, and bowling's been my life, you know, and it's been so good to me, and I've met so many people, and, you know, all these faces that we've got here I've crossed paths with at some point, you know, around the world, and it's something that I really always wanted to do. So I applied for a position as a regional officer, we called it, and so I sort of started at the bottom, and then another position came up. Actually, the person that I was responsible to, or, you know, that was above me, actually resigned, and I thought, well, can I do it? Why not? Let's give it a go. You know, I've got nothing to lose. So I applied for it and I got the position. So I then became a director of the BTBA, and I was a director for, I think it was about 3 years. And then the chairman that was in office at the time, he decided that his life was going in a slightly different direction and he wanted to step down. And I thought, is it my time? Am I too young? Will people accept me? I think I was quite fortunate because, you know, I've been a competitor, I've been a player, so my name wasn't new to our members and our association. And I thought, yeah, why not? You know, we have had a female chairman before, so it's not new. Now's my time to shine. And so I thought, yeah, just go for it. And then coronavirus hit us, and it's probably been the worst time to take over as chairperson for any organization, or, you know, let alone a sport that hasn't been able to play. I mean, here in the UK, we're still locked down. I haven't thrown a bowling ball for months now. So it's been a challenging time, but, you know, one that I've absolutely loved already, and I just can't wait till bowling is back and, you know, we are actually playing again. I'm the youngest member of our executive board, which is quite a scary thing, and that does come with a few challenges. So I don't think perhaps my gender is an issue as much as my age. You know, I like to think I'm still about 18, but, you know, I'm nearly 40 now, and I think I have got a lot of experience. You know, I've been bowling for 30 years and I know the game pretty well, and I've traveled a lot, and seen a lot of different countries and experienced a lot of different things. So I'm going a bit off tangent here. I'm on a tangent here, so I do apologize if I'm rambling on a bit, but I think my experience and my passion got me to where I am, and I love working with you guys at IBF, and, you know, I hope that I can really help to promote our sport a little bit more and do my bit here in England.
So, Lisa, you said that coronavirus is probably the worst time to come in and be the chairperson, but has that also given you maybe a little bit of a break to stop and think and work out what the next direction is going to be?
Yeah, definitely. It's sort of allowed us a time and a chance to sort of reset and sit back and look at our processes and how we do things and how our national team works. And, you know, we've lost a lot of members through, you know, the current climate, and we're hoping that we're going to get them back, but that is going to be a challenge. And, you know, membership is an issue for us. You know, we've got 5,900 registered members at the moment, but not all of them are active right now. So probably only about a third of them are active at the moment. So that's going to be an issue, getting everybody back. But I think that's quite exciting at the same time. You know, gives us a chance to try some new things and, you know, promote the sport in a slightly different way to what we have done in the past. It's just allowed us a chance to really review everything.
Great. Thank you. Kathy?
Well, I started way back as just a volunteer, and then I just progressed steadily through the ranks, just having fun, being an athlete, and not just giving back, and just really not realizing that I was moving up in the ranks. It was just happening. And we broke off from the United States. We used to be part of them. And in 2003, we became our first membership organization in Canada. So it was like leaving your parents. And we had an election. I thought, yeah, okay, I'll run for this board. And I got elected the first night. And then the very next day was the election for the executive board. And I was called off to the side and told that I was going to be nominated for president. And I'm, what? Oh my God, no, I can't do this. Like, are you kidding me? I'm here for fun. No. So I called my husband quickly and said, what am I going to do? And he goes, I'll support you no matter what you do. And I said, I don't know if I know how to be president. But another person called me off to the side. You know how these elections are. And he said, think about one thing, Kathy. If things don't go quite right, or the way you see them, how will you feel? And I said, oh, I don't think I would like that very much. So he knew what button to push. So I let my name stand against two very strong men, and I ended up being president. So Yeah, we sat and we had no instructions. We had no, nothing. I remember our first meeting, I said, okay, now what do we do? So we had to get to know each other. We had to develop everything just from a little piece of paper. And so it was very successful, I think. It was all men, and we got to where we are today. They kept changing the bylaws because the bylaws stated the president was only supposed to be there 3 years. So at the 9th year, I said, I'm retiring. And because they kept changing the bylaws. And I thought it was time. And I really believe that you need turnover in that position because new ideas, new directions and that. So we were having problems with our high performance department. So I said, I'll take that over. So I took over the high performance area, and I did that for 4 years. And then this position just happened to fall on my lap. I was asked to apply for it. And I thought, this is kind of strange. Usually you don't go from president to this way, but why not? Let's just take it on and see. And so 3 years have passed now. I'm really enjoying it. I think it's great. I love every part of it. It's just completely different than what I'm used to because I'm used to being a board member. So you have to think differently. You have to be, you just have to chill a little bit sometimes. You can't make motions. You do things differently as an executive director compared to a president. So it's just been life-changing for me. I hope to move forward. I still want to do things in the zone and maybe contribute at the world level. So we'll see where that takes me.
That's really interesting. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Do you know what percentage of women are on the Canadian board at the moment?
On the board now, we're 50%. But
really?
Yes, we're 50%. We actually, on some of our committees, we have one man and the rest ladies, and we tease him now and say, hey, what's going on here? We're gonna have to get some men on this committee because we need some equal representation. I think he loves it, but we went the other way. So when I started, we really actively had only men. And now we went the other way. So now we have to kind of go back a bit because I think we went a little too far. And it was the job of the nominating committee. So this is what we were looking for. This is what we need. So it just happened the way it is. I don't know why. We're very rare because when we go to COC, Canadian Olympic Committee meetings, it's all men traditionally. We go to any meetings outside of our country, it's traditionally all men.
I think I read a statistic today that said it's 30% leadership positions in sport are held by women. Mm-hmm. Whereas where women make up 52% of the population, it's actually not as bad as what I thought. But maybe my statement at the beginning was wrong then, that this is such a male-driven sport at top position. Can you put your hand up if you think that's incorrect? Oh, no, okay. I was thinking maybe I've got the world view, maybe I've got this wrong in the federation space, but okay.
I think it's male-dominated. I don't know your experiences, but when you get outside of your country, it's the committees or the meet committees, the technical committees, the very interesting committees that we are all qualified to be on. You never see a woman asked to chair that. Right now, traditionally, we've been bypassed. I know I've been bypassed for men, and it's a challenge. Because you have to stop and think, am I getting bypassed because I'm a woman, or am I getting bypassed because I'm not qualified? So sometimes you have to be careful of how you proceed with that, because none of us want to be picked on a committee or a chair a committee just because we are a woman. We want to be the most qualified for that position. So it's a very tricky position to be in, especially when you get bypassed for that committee or that job that you really, really wanted. You know, how do you prove yourself?
Yeah. I understand that. And do you think it's the technical committee specifically because this is the one that everybody has an opinion on?
Yeah, it does. But through the years, I've been going to World Bowling meetings for many years and the zone meetings, and it's always never a woman. There's never a woman on that committee, and it's not because we're not qualified. I feel qualified. The women at this table look qualified. You know, I just wonder why, because I think that technical committee is very important in the world, and it develops our events. It develops everything to do with our championships. So why aren't women having a voice on that? No.
When women make up, you know, almost 50% of the sport, there should be that that voice there. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, so my last question is for Kylie. And
Thank
this
you.
is personally that I want to ask. And this is, did you need to change your work personality to become a leader? And by that, I mean, do you have to be sensitive about not talking about your family, about not talking about not being emotive or showing this sort of, you know, typically women, the stereotype of women? Do you feel like you have to act like more of a man to be in a leadership position?
I would say yes. I would say yes and no. Firstly, I think because women are emotional, most women are emotional, or men would say that we're emotional. I think that was a challenge. So I think behind closed doors, or when I'm in my office and doing the sort of work that I need to do in getting the federation going, you know, in terms of calendars, criterias, you know, formats, that type of thing, I can be myself. But there's sort of two types of personalities that you need to be, because you need to show, I think you just need to show your strengths, because women are strong. So, you know, when we're amongst everybody else, amongst our membership and things like that, I think that's where you need to just be consistent and be confident in what you're doing. And I think coming across as being confident and knowing the person that you are, I think that kind of helps you achieve your goals in a sense, and not be picked on, so to speak, as being a woman, you know, particularly. But yes, I think in that, I think you need to change your personality slightly. And as I said, I sometimes feel a little bit two-faced as I say that, because yes, behind, you know, I can be myself, and then once I'm amongst the men, so to speak, you need to come across a little bit more stronger. But the growth, I mean, particularly myself, I think the growth that I've shown is quite important for myself. I actually sometimes I get quite shocked. I actually shocked myself handling the situations that I've handled, and coming across as you are confident. But I think in the back of your mind, you need to just focus on the sport itself. And I think coming back to a few of the other questions and answers, I think our sport is generally an opportunity to be equal. It may not be, but I think it can be. And I think we need to focus on that and just show people, or show our membership and show other sports that the game is equal. Like we've said before, you know, women's championships being included in with the men. I think that's very, very important, Lisa. I think that was really a good point to make. Ours, because of our few numbers, we do run our championships as combined, but we do give the women, you know, bonus pins in the championship itself. But in the championships, I think it does show growth and strength for the woman, like Lisa was saying. It's a different dynamic playing with men. And so in a way, the less numbers in our membership has brought that out. Although there needs to be I think there needs to be a mindset change in the woman, in that they can be as good as the men. You know, they may not be able to crank the ball like the men do, but in their stability and the way their bowling is, they can be just as good. And that gives me great pleasure. We fortunate that we started our bowling championships this last weekend, and I participated in the SA doubles, and the winners of the SA doubles was a men and a lady combination. And I must say, on her scratch average, she was on par with the men. Which is great for exposing women in our sport. But coming from South Africa as well, and from the African zone, because I'm the vice president of the African zone as well, culturally we have quite a major problem in that, like we were saying, you know, women are there to have babies and, you know, things like that, and see to the children and that type of thing. So the membership is so underrepresented in women, and I think basically on the African continent it's because of the culture that women are not seen as equal. So that is a huge challenge for us, because I also say that our sport can be played by anybody. You know, any challenges that you have. I mean, we've got Paralympics, we've got Special Olympics, we've got, you know, women in sport, we've got the men in sport. And I think if we all form synergies between these, everybody can be equally represented in our sport. And so we just need to find that common ground, where we can show off the woman and show the young girls that this is our sport. And I think as women, we just need to remain focused on the job at hand, and work from your heart and being passionate about the sport. I think that will come through, and there's always proof in that what we're doing, because we're working from passion, and because we're doing it because of the love of the game, and not seeing people as gender and particularly in our country, race as well. There's no divide between genders and race. I think that will really get us far in our sport. So thanks for that. I hope it's enough enough said.
It's great, Kylie. Really, really good. Does anybody else have anything left that they want to say before we finish? No.
I would like to say, please, can we have more of these?
Yes,
because it's wonderful to hear what everybody else has to say. It really is. And being, like we said, being part of this women's forum, I think is exciting for us. And Lisa, I just wanted to say, you know, that from a South African point of view, you are a role model for us. So it's really wonderful to see your achievement and your growth. So I'm not very familiar with the other ladies, but I certainly have come across Lisa before, and she does remain our role model, especially for South Africa and in the Commonwealth. So thank you.
I just want to say one thing, that I just hope that we are brave in position like federation and things like that, but also we need the role models, as we said, that we have a little bit more Kyle Trump or something like that on the lanes. We have to be we need personalities more on the lanes, that we can get the image a little bit different women's, that we are all like the same boxes or do it always like girls, and we are not the good girls all the time. That we have to be a little bit brave, I think, that do our own way to things. That I will hope that we will do.
Yeah, I think that's very true. And Kylie, just to go back to having more of these. So what's actually really interesting about this forum is that it was set up by two of my male colleagues, and I actually didn't know that it was happening until like very later on in the stage. So which I think is great of them to have organised this. But it's like really been such a pleasure to meet all of you and to speak to all of you today, because I know that personally myself, having worked in bowling for I think it's 6 years now, it is such a male. I always felt like I was kind of the only female with the international, or one of the only staff members that was female. So it's been really an honour to speak to you all today, and thank you.
Thank you for setting it up, and thanks for your time.
Thank you. It's been great.
Thank you.
Nice to see all these wonderful faces again. Thank you for your kind words, Colie. That's so sweet of you. South Africa is very, very dear to me. You know that. I love you guys, and I'd love to come back one day. Please.
Yes, please God.
Thank you, Lisa, Beatrice, Hanala, Kathy and Kylie. What a great way to finish the day. This concludes the IBF International Women's Day Forum for 2021. I would like to sincerely thank all of our speakers and panelists for their contribution to making this forum a success. I would also like to thank all of our viewers and remind them that this forum will be available on demand through the IBF Academy website. That's it from us, and I wish you a very happy International Women's Day.